A very good morning to all of you. Let me begin by thanking you all for being here. I know you have a very busy schedule at the spring meeting. So getting up so early in the morning is highly appreciated by the entire fund. My name is Ibrahima Sheikh Diong. I am the Executive Director of the fund, along with our two co-chairs next to me. We'll tell you why we're here and what we hope to get out of this conversation. I want to welcome you all to the first edition of the high-level dialogue of the fund on complementarity and cohesion and coordination as we all join forces to strengthen our responses to loss and damage. It is indeed a joint effort, and this is certainly the first of many dialogue we'll be having as a fund. Dialogue is structured in three parts. We'll get some open remarks from different partners, but we'll also have two round table sessions, which I have the biggest challenge to moderate because each of you will be given the floor to speak maximum 3 minutes, with the hope that we can cover all the grounds in your intervention. So without further ado, let me actually invite our first co-chair, Richard Sherman, to make some opening remarks, and I'll invite our second chair to also make some remarks before we invite our guests. So Richard.
Thank you, Jean. Thank you, Ibrahima, and good morning, colleagues, distinguished delegates, ministers, heads of agencies. It is indeed my honor to welcome you here on behalf of the board of the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage to this first annual high-level dialogue. The high-level dialogue was an idea that was given to us by our dear colleague Hajja Nassim from the Maldives. She was the Secretary of State at the time when we were negotiating the outcome, and she was insistent that we needed to have an annual event that brought together leaders and heads of agencies to talk about better collaboration and cooperation amongst those agencies that were operationally dealing with responding to loss and damage events. And this is the parties agreed to it, and it was a part of the overall decision that we took in Dubai, where we agreed to the governing instrument of the fund, and we agreed to what we call these funding arrangements, which is essentially the outside system that the fund would interact with, right? And the aim is to have this dialogue once a year at an operational level, not necessarily at the political level. There will be plenty of discussions at the political level via different forums, and we will work to mainstream loss and damage responses and loss and damage finance across different systems through the conference of the parties and through various meetings like the spring meetings and others. So this is the first meeting. I'm going to be very brief. We're here to listen to you, to have ideas, to hopefully come out with a greater sense of common purpose and how we can work together to maximize what is our purpose, is to support developing countries to respond and address loss and damage events and minimize the impact on vulnerable communities and help the process of rehabilitation and reconstruction. So we look forward to your discussions here, and thank you very much for joining us. And once again, thank you very much to the World Bank colleagues who are not only the host of the Financial Intermediary Fund, who we've worked with over the last year to resolve. We thank them formally in another meeting to accept the invitation to host the fund, and then also to thank them for making the arrangements so that we could meet here today as part of the IMF and the World Bank spring meeting. So thank you very much, Jürgen, and your team. Ibrahim, I'm going to leave it at that.
All right, thank you very much, Richard. Richard is the co-chair representing developing countries on the board. So let me now invite Jean-Christophe Denley, who is the co-chair representing developed countries on the board. So it's an evenly shared responsibility within the board. So Jean-Christophe.
Thank you, Ibrahima. Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear colleagues. Let me first join Richard in welcoming you to this first high-level dialogue. It's a great honor and a pleasure to see all of you here today to discuss loss and damage and response to loss and damage. As you know, we have been quite busy last year in setting the foundation, the institutional foundation of this fund, And I want also to join Richard in thanking very much Jürgen and all your team, Renaud behind you, who has been working relentlessly over the year to manage to get to the point where we are right now, which is a good starting point, institutionally speaking. Now we are moving resolutely towards the concrete operationalization of this fund. And one of the foundations of this fund is really the sense of urgency vis-à-vis the most vulnerable countries and the most vulnerable communities. But the other one is really about coherence, coordination, and complementarity. That's the other foot that this fund should have. It is, or it has to be, because it does not depend only upon ourselves. It depends about yourself, actually. And why is that? Because this fund is not about itself becoming this or that. It is about the global response to loss and damage, and how to make sure that this global response is timely, adequate, comprehensive, and efficient. And, well, I am completely convinced that to achieve that, it is crucial that we are working together within our mandates, for sure, in a complementary manner, ensuring coherence and coordination to streamline the global response to loss and damage in all our bodies. This is why I am looking forward to these exchanges, to these first exchanges, with a great appetite, to be frank. And I will then let Ibrahima do the job this morning to let you give you your views, and certainly also your commitments to this global response to LND. Thank you all for joining us this morning.
Jean-Claude, so thank you for the extra pressure. Indeed, working together is the spirit of this fund, and thanks for underlining that. Now, this dialogue will be incomplete without recognizing it's organized in collaboration with the Office of the Secretary General. I'm delighted to invite now Mr. Selvan Hart, Special Advisor, Assistant Secretary General for Climate Change in the Office of the Secretary General. So Selvan, the floor is yours.
Ibrahima, thank you so much, and good morning to colleagues, Richard and Jean-Christophe. Thank you so much for your continued leadership. Jürgen, your colleagues at the bank must all be collectively congratulated for bringing us to this point in the operationalization of the fund. We also know that this is not taking place in a vacuum. We know that climate impacts are worsening in every country, in every region. We're seeing unprecedented climate-related impacts, and our colleagues from WMO in their recent State of the Climate report made it absolutely clear that every indicator on the climate crisis is flashing red. We also know that it's also taking place in a very difficult and challenging geopolitical situation. And we should not, by any measure, ignore this really important fact. Almost exactly 48 hours ago, the Secretary General and President Lula convened a small but representative group of leaders really to discuss the agenda for 2025 in the lead up to COP30 on climate. That small but representative group of heads of state and government included the President of China, the President of the European Commission, the President of the European Council, as well as the chairs of really important regional groups, ASEAN, the African Union, AOSIS, CARICOM, V20, and others. And there were a number of key takeaways from this really first meeting of such a diverse group of leaders in 2025. And amidst the geopolitical divisions and tensions. One was that leaders were absolutely clear. Addressing the climate crisis remains a key priority for all countries, and they remain committed to strengthening multilateralism, international cooperation, and that the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement remain the key tools for addressing this crisis. Leaders also clearly reaffirm that accelerating the pace, that they will not slow down accelerating the pace of the clean energy transition. It was inevitable, and that it is unstoppable. Leaders were also clear that they will come forward this year with their new nationally determined contributions. And leaders also were absolutely clear that adaptation and loss and damage, and this was one of the points that the Secretary General made absolutely clear, that these must be global priorities, and that under no circumstances can we abandon those that are facing increasingly more severe and frequent climate impacts, and that adaptation and loss and damage and the work of this important fund must be prioritized. And finally, that we must use every important political milestone this year, including the upcoming Oceans Conference, the Financing for Development Conference, High-Level Week in September, as well as COP30, really to build momentum. So, colleagues, within this context of challenges and divisions and difficulties, but also the reality of accelerating climate impacts affecting the most vulnerable, it is absolutely critical that we move forward with a sense of urgency, which I agree with the work of this important fund. This is not a moment, I'll be very frank, most of you who know me, I always speak my mind. This is not a moment for business as usual. This is not a moment for competition among different entities and funding and funds. This is not that moment. This is a moment for maximum creativity. This is a moment for maximum collaboration. This is a moment for maximum cooperation. So it is absolutely critical. Let us not prove those who are not supportive of multilateralism, who are not supportive of international cooperation. Let us not prove them right. We really need all of you to join hands, to be creative, to be collaborative, and to be cooperative. I've offered our colleagues, the co-chairs, and my very good friend Ibrahima, the opportunity to showcase the important progress and work of this fund in September. The Secretary General will convene a special event on climate during high-level week. It is essentially about primarily around indices, but we also want to carve a moment out to showcase the important work of the Loss and Damage Fund. We need to provide the developing countries, we need to provide the communities being impacted and the people being impacted with the assurance that they're not being abandoned. So I look forward to hearing, I have to leave a bit early, but my colleagues are here, hearing how we intend to drive forward this agenda. And let us look to see each other again in September and at COP30, where we can show the world that we are delivering. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Selvin, and do express our gratitude to the Secretary General for his continued call to action for this fund, and highly appreciate it as we mobilize longer-term funds for this fund, for lack of a better word. Now, he's not here with us, but he wants to make sure that his voice is actually felt during this conversation. I'd like to introduce a 3-minute video from the Executive Secretary of the UNFCCC, who I'm sure is extremely busy as we get to COP30. So, Simon.
Excellencies, colleagues, friends, I regret that I cannot join you in person today. Still, I am grateful for this opportunity to speak. Loss and damage is not a future concern. It is a present and growing reality, and it's accelerating. Lives are being upended, homes and livelihoods are being lost and damaged by the climate crisis, not in decades, but today. The creation of the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage was a historic step. Turning that vision into action is now our shared responsibility. Today's high-level dialogue is a crucial milestone. It brings us closer to completing the funding arrangements needed to support the most vulnerable. When parties agreed to establish the fund in Sharm el-Sheikh, they recognized a clear gap in global finance. They also understood that this fund cannot work in isolation. Coherence and complementarity are not just buzzwords. They are essential to making the multilateral system work. When our institutions act in sync, we can deliver better outcomes faster and with greater impact. We now have a rare opportunity to do things differently, learning lessons from the trails blazed by other funds. So let's build a system that works across the climate, humanitarian, and development spaces. One that avoids duplication, reduces fragmentation, and makes the most of what we have. The fund is already moving forward. The Barbados implementation modalities are in place. An initial $250 million has been allocated for this year and next. What was once a symbol of hope is now becoming a real delivery mechanism. But the needs are growing fast, and funding must keep up. The $768 million pledged by the 27 contributors is a strong signal of intent, but only half of it is currently available. That must change. This dialogue should not only strengthen coordination, it should identify practical ways to grow the resource pool and make every dollar go further. And we need sustained collaboration beyond today's dialogue. Now is the time for bold collective action. The fund has a mandate to lead on developing new mechanisms, enhancing complementarity and coherence. I hope today's dialogue will show how this system is truly delivering for countries and communities grappling with the devastation of the climate crisis. The UNFCCC Secretariat will continue to support the fund every step of the way. Thank you for your work, your commitment, and your leadership. I wish you a productive and impactful dialogue. I thank you.
Thank you, Simon, for your continued call to action for this fund and for the support you provided to the interim secretary of this fund prior to my taking office as the director of the Independent Secretariat. Now, I'd like to call upon the Federal Minister of Economic Cooperation and Development of Germany, Ms. Van der Scholt. I'm sure I did not say the name right, but so excuse me. Nearly, yes. I've been practicing since I sat here, but obviously I didn't get it right. And but thank you very much for your contribution to the fund. Highly appreciate it. Over to you.
Yeah, Ivo, thank you so much. Good morning, colleagues. I think in this room, we all agree that the main historical polluters, the industrialized countries, and also the increasingly emerging economies, that we have a special responsibilities to stop global warming. And that is especially true, you heard that before, for climate action, for mitigation, and it is our first line of defense against the adverse effects of climate change. But it also means demonstrating solidarity by supporting marginalized people and particularly vulnerably developing countries in dealing with these effects. And for this reason, Germany, together with many other partners, supported the fund at COP28 in Dubai. And I'm pleased to see how far the fund has become since then. It's just 1.5 years. You need to realize that again. And this year, it is really key for the fund to prove that it can have a meaningful impact. You all know about the environment in which we are holding this discussion. And the first interventions need to be implemented and first support delivered to those most vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. And this clear focus here should be on LDCs and on the small islands developing states. And as a member of its board, Germany is really actively involved in the setup of the fund. We want the fund to work in innovative ways in order to reach vulnerable communities and countries. The operational model needs to incorporate comprehensive and programmatic approaches. And Germany offers its support within the board and towards the co-chairs to enable the transition of the fund from the startup phase to full operationality. And this will also help the fund to showcase its added value and to mobilize additional resources, and that will be needed in the future. You also know, and you heard that before, and I just want to point out that again, the fund needs to work in a complementary way, in a coherent way, in a cooperative manner with the other initiatives and funding arrangements that already exist in the landscape. And you all know about the Santiago Network for Technical Assistance that has just become fully operationally, or the Global Shield Against Climate Risk, the risk pools, the early warning initiatives, and many, many more. Today's discussions, I think it's really crucial to achieve this goal of working together. And the further capitalization of the fund, to make a little bit more pressure on you, Ibrahim, it is really relevant for the future, and providing climate finance at scale via the multilateral climate funds, while also leveraging climate investments from the development banks, that remains crucial for the achievements of the goals of the Paris Agreement. The adoption of the new collective quantified goals on climate finance at COP29, I think that marked a pivotal moment, and we must now together pave the way to deliver on it. And we have committed to an effort of collectively scaling up climate finance to $1 trillion per year by 2035. And achieving this will require tapping into innovative sources of financing, as well as active engagement of all of us, of the actors, and that needs to be done in the UNFCCC process, but also outside. So the new goal is really a paradigm shift in climate finance in terms of sources and of contributors, and I call on us, I call on all those who are in a position to contribute to increase their support for the most vulnerable countries. Germany will continue to provide its fair share and will increasingly focus on mobilizing private capital and contribute from non-traditional donors, and leveraging the funds needed from all sources available will be especially crucial for the support of developing countries to deal with the really negative effects of climate change. So a lot of to do, a lot of pressure for Ibrahim and his colleagues, but looking forward to deliver and to use these high-level dialogues. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you obviously for the contribution of Germany and for releasing your entire contribution to the fund. Highly appreciated. If you come to the second edition of the fund, I will learn how to pronounce your name properly, and I'll have a year. Now, it is important. Our board strongly believe in bottom-up approach and country-led as we engage with countries. And it's important in this opening session we listen to the voices of the countries themselves. And that is why I am honored to invite the Minister of Finance of Pakistan. And if there's one country that understands the impact of loss and damage with the flood, it's certainly Pakistan. Honourable Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Executive Director, co-chairs, Excellencies, distinguished participants. As rightly pointed out, and I've been saying as a finance minister, that climate and climate change is an existential threat for the country because we're living it. Even before we get to extreme weather patterns and episodic events like the floods of 2022, and therefore the entire discussion around recovery, rehabilitation, reconstruction becomes extremely important, and the financing of it for a country like Pakistan. And therefore, there was no surprise that Pakistan was one of the strongest proponents of Loss and Damage Fund back in Sharm el-Sheikh during COP27. It's good to see the progress that we have made in Dubai and then in Baku with respect to the pledges which have now come through. And now getting on to the real thing, which is the operationalization of the fund. Our only request would be that as we take this forward and as the management and the board considers the operationalization, of course we need to ensure the integrity of the processes and the checks and balances, but the simplicity and the agility should be, in our humble view, should be guiding principles in terms of how we should operationalize it. Because in some instances, we have seen, we are dealing with our own bureaucracies in the countries, right? So I'm the first one to admit that. And we don't want yet another group or committee which takes years when we need speedy disbursements. So from the country perspective, I just want to, I'm sure there are others who would have these views, but I just want to lay it out there as we go ahead with the operationalization, and we look forward to seeing the result of that and the progress on that front during COP30. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, for adding your voice to the opening session, reminding us of the challenges that we face in the countries we're trying to support. Now, our next speaker wears actually two hats, and it's the Deputy Minister of Finance of South Africa, but also, as you know, South Africa also chairs the G20, so we're going to hear two voices. And the next thing is delighted to invite Dr. David Masondo. I definitely said the name right because I lived in South Africa before. Deputy Minister of Finance of South Africa. Over to you, Honourable Minister.
No, thanks, Ibrahim, and good morning, colleagues. South Africa, as the G20 president, is really honored to speak at this first annual high-level dialogue. And I'm really going to echo many of the sentiments that have already been articulated this morning, starting with what the Finance Minister of Pakistan has said, that we are entering third year since the historic juncture when the fund was established in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt at the COP27, and its second year since the decision was taken to operationalize the fund at COP28 in Dubai. And since that time, the frequency and intensity of loss and damage event has continued to escalate along the numerous emerging and persistent challenges faced by developing countries. The increased rate of climate-induced events continue to disproportionately affect countries that can least afford the cost of recovery and rebuilding. And I must say that no single actor, fund, or mechanism can address this challenge alone. Strengthening our response to loss and damage must be built, as other speakers have said, Simon, and I don't know if I'm going to pronounce your name right. Let me not take a risk unless I incur a loss and damage and I'll have to pay. But my colleagues have already said that strengthening our response to loss and damage must really be built on the principles of complementarity, coherence, coordination, and underpinned by the spirit of global solidarity. And South Africa has placed solidarity, equality, and sustainability at the center of its G20 presidency. One of the key principles is to take action to strengthen disaster resilience and response. Innovative financing and insurance mechanisms must be placed at the center of the global community, including international financial institutions, development banks, and private sector, to really scale up funding for disaster prevention and post-disaster reconstruction. It is our conviction that this meeting's focus on how the fund can work with other actors or arrangement is key, is one of the key elements in future multilateral engagement to address loss and damage. South Africa reaffirms its commitment to fully operationalizing a fair, equitable, and accessible fund that delivers effectively, sufficiently, at both speed and scale. I really wish you well during your deliberations today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and I am confident that you will certainly carry the voice of this fund within the G20 discourse, and I highly appreciate it. And thank you for giving us the co-chair from South Africa as well, Richard, to my right, as well. Our next speaker, bringing a unique perspective, he's the COP29 president. It is in Baku that we actually saw some new pledges that came after the fund. I'm sure he will tell us about it. But what most people likely don't know, this high-level dialogue was first launched at COP29 in the presence of the president of the bank, but also the UN Secretary General. So this is really a follow-up to that teaser that we had at COP29. It is my distinguished honor to invite the COP29 president, His Excellency Mokhtar Babayev.
Thank you. Thanks, Ibrahima. Excellencies, dear friends, I would like to thank all our dear friends from the fund for responding to loss and damage, for bringing us together, and greet the representatives of states, international organizations, multilateral banks, and funding arrangements gathered here today. Dear colleagues, annual high-level dialogue, which we launched together during the World Leaders Climate Action Summit at COP29 in Baku, is a critical platform to deepen coordination and foster complementarity across funding arrangements. It will help us to draw our shared experiences and mutual commitments to tackle the challenges of loss and damage. Convening here in Washington is an important tool in our efforts to act more effectively in loss and damage landscape. Colleagues, it has been a long road to get to this point. We have been discussing what to do about loss and damage since the earliest days of the convention in Rio. We started with the Warsaw International Mechanism. We acknowledged the importance of loss and damage in the Paris Agreement. In Sharm el-Sheikh, we agreed the principle of a fund. In Dubai, we adopted the theory for how it would work. And in Baku, we took the decisive final steps to get it up and running. In September 2024 in Azerbaijan, we held a milestone meeting of the board of the fund. Later on, historic decisions and signing made at COP29 in Baku ensured the full operationalization of the fund for responding to loss and damage. We understand how much this work means to communities on the front lines of the climate crisis. We have followed the leadership and moral authority of SEEDS and LDCs. The fund was long awaited by them. That's why loss and damage has been one of the key priorities of COP29 Presidency's plan to enhance ambition and enable action. But now we need to focus on the future. We face another challenging year for climate action, and the costs of warming planet are becoming more and more visible. Unfortunately, geopolitical issues are drawing focus and resources away from the climate agenda. We recognize that we need to work hard to maintain the momentum. Countries need to keep the promises that they made in Baku. In particular, we want donors to set out how they plan to contribute their fair share towards mobilizing the 300 billion a year that they promised the developing world. There is an urgent need to assist developing countries, particularly those vulnerable, in response to devastating impacts of climate change. And we will continue to call for greater contributions to respond to loss and damage. Dear colleagues, we also need to make sure that the entire loss and damage landscape is working as effectively as possible with the resources that it has. The interplay between different parts of the loss and damage landscape is critical. A wide range of stakeholders play an important role in delivering support to frontline communities. This includes UN agencies, international financial institutions, MDBs, the private and philanthropic sectors, and many of you joining us today. We need everyone to exchange technical expertise, share experience, identify gaps, and grasp new opportunities for cooperation. And we need to focus more on bringing all actors together to leverage our collective efforts. This involves organizations that are a part of the UN process and those outside it. The challenges we face can be intimidating, but from Rio to Paris and from Warsaw to Baku, we have proved that countries can agree and multilateralism can deliver. We still have a long way to go, but we still believe that the process is worth preserving. We need to accelerate climate action and intensify our efforts by making further contributions to this crucial process in responding to loss and damage caused by climate change. And we look forward to continuing this journey with all of you. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your contribution. Certainly, we look forward to continuing the journey with you. Now, this is now the time for me to introduce the World Bank. I know my two co-chairs have thanked the bank, but I also have to thank the bank. After all, this is where my secretary is, and I don't want to be homeless after you guys leave town. But in a more serious note, they've been remarkable in their support throughout the process. It is my distinguished honor now to invite Mr. Jorgen Voigeli, Planet Vice President, for the contribution of the bank. And again, another butchering of name of a German name.
Thank you, Ibrahim. I look on behalf of the World Bank, let me just warmly welcome everyone in this room here. It's great we have this opportunity to exchange. I think the key points have already been made by my 8 previous speakers. It's urgent. We certainly at the bank feel a great deal of urgency because in every day's conversation we have with our clients and partners out there, people are suffering. Heat, drought, floods, you name it. It's just happening everywhere and it's increasing in frequency. So there is a tremendous urgency. We feel that urgency. And I believe our team has worked with urgency, a sense of urgency in the last year and a half to get us where we are today. We will not change that. This will continue to be an urgent task for us. And as an institution, we will do whatever we can to accelerate that next journey, which is operationalizing this. We can share our experiences. We have some experience in this. And if there is anything we can do, you let us know. We have established a very trusted relationship with the 2 co-chairs and the team, and that will continue in that spirit. Operationalization is the key now. It's challenging. Accreditation is a challenge, and finding the first transactions where we can be quickly responsive to the needs when they come in will not be an easy task. But I just want to assure everyone around the table, our mindset is not, it's difficult, our mindset, it can be done. And we just need to get on with it and do it and experiment and move it forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jorgen, and thank you again for your support. Before I introduce our keynote speaker in the video, I want to recognize the Deputy Ambassador of Philippines in the room, who is sitting in the back. And the reason the question we get asked quite often, how we organize in the hosting of this fund. And just to clarify, the host of our board is Philippines, and the host of our secretary is the World Bank. And so I get cautioned, when you move into Philippines, I'm here for now, for the next 4 years in running the secretariat. Now, our next speaker has been a very strong champion of this fund, not only for hosting our board, but for being very vocal with his call to action to highly capitalize this fund, and that is why I'm delighted to run the keynote video of the President of Philippines, who, despite his very, very busy schedule, until 5 o'clock in the morning, we've been chasing the video. We finally get it, and I want to just run the video, who is going to be our keynote speaker, the President of Philippines.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the government of the Philippines, I would like to warmly congratulate the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage for conveying the very first high-level dialogue on coordination and complementarity. I extend my gratitude to the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage and its board, and the Office of the United Nations Secretary General for their hard work to organize this important event in Washington, D.C. In the face of the climate crisis, addressing loss and damage has never been more urgent. We are at a defining moment. We must take coherent, collaborative, and complementary action as a global community to tackle loss and damage. I speak to you not just as the leader of a nation, but a representative of people who are on the front lines of this climate crisis. Loss and damage are not distant projections. They are our present reality. The Philippines is one of the most climate vulnerable countries in the world. Year after year, we face the brunt of increasingly intense typhoons, rising sea levels, and severe heat waves. These extreme conditions have forced class cancellations, have strained our health systems, and have threatened lives and livelihoods across our country. In fact, just last month, the Philippines experienced dangerous levels of heat waves, which led to the class cancellation in nearly half of Metro Manila and many areas outside of Metro Manila. The country is forecasted to continue experiencing soaring temperature in the coming weeks. Late last year, the Philippines also faced 6 successive tropical cyclones within the span of 1 month. These weather systems displaced thousands of families, damaged houses, infrastructure, and agricultural lands, causing great agricultural losses. These are not new phenomena in the Philippines. In 2013, Typhoon Yolanda, also known as Typhoon Haiyan, devastated the country, resulting in thousands and thousands of deaths and affecting over 5 million people. This typhoon, one of the strongest in recorded history, struck just days before the international community met for COP29. The scale of the destruction caused by the typhoon injected a sense of urgency into these talks to act on loss and damage. Ultimately, the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage was created in the same year, but a source of dedicated financial support for vulnerable developing countries to address loss and damage remained as a glaring gap in the climate finance architecture. In November 2022, 9 years following Super Typhoon Yolanda at COP27 at Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, new funding arrangements, including a fund for responding to loss and damages, were finally established. In response, the Philippine government has committed to climate action, not only within our own borders, but through active support for global response. Knowing firsthand the cruelties and injustices of loss and damage, we did not hesitate to support the operationalization of the fund as well as funding arrangements. In November of 2024, the Philippines became the home of the Board of Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage. As the host of the FRLD board, we recognize the crucial role of the FRLD in translating hope into tangible support for developing countries and vulnerable communities. We hosted the 4th board meeting here in Manila last December 2024, and 2 more meetings are planned for this year in Cebu and Metro Manila. We remain committed to providing a stable and supportive platform for the board to continue its very important work. Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to acknowledge the rapid progress already made by the FRLD. The FRLD has made unprecedented strides to support developing countries that are vulnerable to climate change in addressing loss and damage. Remarkable milestones have been reached, including the operationalization of FRLD as a World Bank-hosted financial intermediary fund. Also, the selection of an inaugural executive director and the selection of the Philippines as the host country of the board. These milestones have been reached through the inclusive participation of representatives of civil society. The FRLD recently established the Barbados implementation modalities, allocating an initial USD 250 million for 2025 and 2026. The upcoming board meeting in Cebu in July of this year will further this momentum to operationalize the Barbados implementation modalities. While this represents an important first step, we must urgently scale up financing for addressing loss and damage. Stark financing gaps still remain. New and additional funding for responding to loss and damage is crucial to ensure that the funding arrangements, including the FRLD, can operate effectively and deliver on their important mandate. Financing for responding to loss and damage must be delivered not only at scale, but with a speed that enables timely support to those bearing the brunt of climate change impacts. It must be predictable and accessible to those who need it the most. Addressing these gaps require more than goodwill. It demands coherence and coordination across institutions, countries, and new and existing funding mechanisms. It demands solidarity and sustained commitment. We must work together to maximize the collective impact by aligning resources and prioritizing across all institutions. The fund must complement existing resources, including support delivered through the other climate funds and humanitarian systems and multilateral development banks to ensure no effort is wasted. The climate crisis is a global challenge that affects every region, every country, and every sector. It requires creative and holistic action and massive investments of energy and resources. Only by acting in unity can we rise to this challenge and deliver timely and effective support to those most affected by climate impact. I would like to reiterate, the government of the Republic of the Philippines stands firmly behind multilateralism and the FRLD, and we will continue to support all necessary actions. Once again, thank you very much for this opportunity to speak, and I look forward to the fruitful outcomes of this high-level dialogue and succeeding initiatives of the board.
Deputy Ambassador, I do extend our gratitude and appreciation to the President for taking time to do that, and we look forward to our next board meeting in the Philippines. And that brings us to the end of our opening session. And I want to just give an opportunity, again, for us to give a round of applause to our speakers for the opening session. And I know many of them have other engagement. We're certainly not going to hold them back. But if they want to stay, they are very much welcome to stay before we move to the round table number one. All right, so as indicated by our co-chair, the purpose of this exercise is really to listen to our guests, to the other stakeholders, as opposed to doing the talking. So you will see that FRLD, both from the board and my office, will be certainly listening and taking good notes as we talk about complementarity. And as we talk about complementarity and cohesion and coordination. So I'll just, if you move to the next slide, I'll just probably set the scene in two slides by really stating the obvious. And that is, it came up in the opening discussion, and that is that the challenges that we face, particularly with regard to extreme weather conditions, unfortunately, they're not getting better, they're getting worse, leading to huge economic and non-economic losses that requires huge funding, which we heard about the gap, but more importantly, that requires collaboration and innovation, and that's why we're having this conversation. So moving to the next slide, and to address those challenges, and that's why we're here today, the two words we really want to put on the table is collaboration, collaboration. Collaboration to enhance the firepower in terms of financing so we can actually respond to loss and damage. Collaboration so that we can actually harmonize our approaches so we can avoid duplication as we reach out and try to support the countries. but also innovation, so it's not business as usual. And that's why if you look around the table, we made sure that all the different stakeholders, from private sector to philanthropy, to the risk pool, and to the public sector and so on, everybody's around the table so we can hear different perspective. It also requires partnership, and we at the fund strongly believe that we don't want to do this alone, we can't do this alone, and that is why in addressing the funding gap and being effective in responding to loss and damage, we believe we can do this collectively, and we must do this collectively, and hence this high-level dialogue focused entirely on complementarity, cohesion, and coordination, recognizing that by joining forces, we can strengthen our responses, but we could also build some very strong institutional collaboration so that we can be more effective. Now, obviously, for all that to happen, it is important we make a tangible commitment. And just to make at ease most of the people around the table, we're not expecting you to sign a commitment by the time you leave the room. So the commitment we sent you, obviously, was just to guide the conversation around areas where we could be working together. But if you want to sign something, we don't mind as well. So particularly if it's going to be a big check for the fund. So what I will do for the next 30 minutes or 40 minutes, I am mindful we have many speakers, which is good. Unfortunately, it means we have to manage the time and make sure everybody stick to the 3 minutes actually allocated for each of these different sessions that we have ahead. If I manage to find my note, can I borrow that for a second? Okay, all right. All right, so we're going to start actually getting the perspective of the development bank, because they do play a major role when it comes to dealing with loss and damage, climate finance. And I want to start first with the president of the Caribbean Development Bank, who came all the way from Barbados to provide his perspective, hopefully in less than 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Executive Director Ibrahima, Co-Chairs, Excellencies, distinguished members of the panel. It's indeed a pleasure to be here, to be part of the first high-level dialogue on strengthening responses to loss and damage. I want to begin by quoting some facts and figures which may help to shed some light on the importance of this issue to the Caribbean in particular. We all, I think, appreciate that SIDS are disproportionately impacted by natural hazards. What we may not be familiar with is that the Caribbean economies are 7 times more likely to be impacted by natural hazards than other parts of the world. I'd just like to quote briefly that the IMF Finance and Development Journal of 2018 quoted that from 1951 to 2016, there were 511 disasters worldwide that hit small island states. Of these, 324, or 60%, were in the Caribbean, killing more than 250,000 persons and impacting more than 24 million lives. I wouldn't get in, of course, to the fact that we had 4 Category 5 natural hazard events in 2017, and of course Maria being one of them, with 225% of Dominica GDP. And the term polycrisis, I believe, was actually coined in the Caribbean when in 2021, while still reeling from the impacts of COVID-19, the La Soufrière volcano erupted in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, impacting Barbados and neighboring Antigua and Barbuda as well. Also in 2021, just further north, Haiti, still, of course, in reeling from the impacts of COVID-19, was impacted by Tropical Storm Grace and a devastating earthquake. Ladies and gentlemen, the point here is that there has been much destruction of lives and livelihoods caused by natural hazards in the Caribbean. And every time, it sets our region back years in development. And I have just 3 key messages I'd like to share this morning within my time. One, the Caribbean Development Bank is well equipped to partner with the FRLD and channel resources from this new critically important entity to vulnerable Caribbean economies. CDB is the main multilateral development bank, the sole indigenous multilateral development bank in the Caribbean, operating therefore in one of the world's most vulnerable regions. And we play a central role in coordinating inflows of external support from other partners to Caribbean countries. And therefore, as I shared with you previously, my brother, we would welcome the opportunity to establish a similar relationship with the FRLD. The second key message is that CDB is also well placed to operate in line with the FRLD's emphasis on programmatic approaches to address long-term loss and damage related needs. And I would urge the FRLD to consider working with the bank to strengthen ongoing efforts to enhance access to risk transfer mechanisms and insurance in the Caribbean. Of course, you will be familiar with the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility, which CDB was a founding member and instrumental in establishing. But this CRIF SPC has been sufficiently successful that 15 Caribbean countries maintained or increased their coverage for tropical cyclone, earthquake, and excess rainfall in 2024-2025 compared with the previous cycle, the previous year. Finally, Ibrahima, I would urge the FRLD to consider working together with us to enhance private sector involvement in scaling up climate action and responding to loss and damage in the Caribbean. And the bank is making strides towards developing and implementing a strategic plan for engaging the private sector in climate action and DRM. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to work together. The capacity in our countries is stretched to the limit. The challenge before us is great, but our collective will must be stronger. The people in the vulnerable regions of this world are depending on us. I thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Also, thank you for keeping it to 3 minutes, and I don't have to cut the microphone. But then again, if your last name is Best, you can only leave some best stuff. Thank you very much. So we're going to move from the Caribbean to get the African perspective. We're delighted to have Mr. Dr. Kevin Kariuki, the VP of Power, Energy and Climate and Green Growth from the African Development Bank. Kevin, over to you.
Thank you very much, Ibrahima. Co-chairs, I stand on existing protocols. Let me start by commending the board of the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage and the United Nations Secretary General for convening this timely high-level dialogue. For the most climate vulnerable nations, 9 out of 10 of which are in Africa, loss and damage is a current and painful reality. From rising sea levels along our coastlines to prolonged droughts and more frequent floods, African communities are facing increasing economic and non-economic losses, undermining decades of hard-earned development progress. And there is no respite in sight. Instead, projections in Africa show that by 2050, climate-induced food insecurity could push the number of undernourished in sub-Saharan Africa to 90 million, with stunting of children under the age of 5 increasing by 31% in severe warming scenarios, while sea level rise along African coastlines will be 10% higher than the global average, exposing millions up to the risk of displacement and infrastructure loss by 2100. Moreover, in low-lying countries such as Mozambique, the Gambia, and Guinea-Bissau, up to 10% of the population could be affected by annual flooding by mid-century. Therefore, the $68 million pledged for loss and damage fund to date is most welcome, but grossly inadequate. What is needed is hundreds of billions, if not trillions, of predictable and accessible financing by 2030. The African Development Bank already addresses loss and damage through programs such as the Africa Disaster Risk Financing Program, or ADRIFI, which, Ibrahima, you are very familiar with, the Special Relief Fund, the Transition Support Facility, and the Climate Action Window, among others, through which we are supporting our member countries build resilience, improve data systems, and facilitate emergency response. However, more is required. The African Development Bank is committed to leveraging on its experience to complement the Loss and Damage Fund work streams. As our member countries can attest, we are a trusted partner and can offer project preparation support, technical assistance, data and analytics, and co-financing mechanisms to help African countries to access and effectively utilize loss and damage finance. in this regard to align their policies, planning and financing at national and international levels. We must help regional member countries integrate their loss and damage into their updated nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement. Africa has contributed the least to global emissions, yet the most climate vulnerable continent. We therefore call for equitable distribution of the fund's resources based on needs and informed by scientific evidence. In closing, I reiterate that the Africa Development Bank's commitment to supporting the Loss and Damage Fund in facilitating timely as well as effective responses to climate-related loss and damage, for example, as a veritable channel for members to efficiently access the resources, and call on all stakeholders here present to strengthen coordination, share knowledge, and build strategic partnerships in this regard as well. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kariuki, for the perspective of the African Development Bank. And staying with Development Bank, we're also going to get a global perspective. I'm delighted to invite Dr. Issa Faye, who is the Director General for Global Practice and Partnership at the Islamic Development Bank. Dr. Faye.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Ibrahima, for having us today. It's very much appreciated. It's a privilege to join this conversation today on loss and damages. We all know the impacts of climate change are disproportionately affecting most vulnerable countries, from floods, drought, to slow onset challenges such as desertification and sea level rise. These nations often contribute less to the climate change and are bearing the brunt. So we need to find really a mechanism to support them and support them effectively. At the bank, at the Islamic Development Bank, we are committed to supporting member countries and tackling these challenges. Over the past 3 years, we have approved over $5.5 billion on climate finance, with 47% of that going to adaptation, which is vital in the context of loss and damages. And we have surpassed our 2024 target for climate finance, which is 35% of our approval. The newly established Loss and Damage Fund is a significant opportunity for our member countries. However, like we heard all this morning, we need to collaborate. We need to maximize the impact in delivering for those member countries. And how are we going to do that? We have 3 points. We need to leverage partnership, and we need to collaborate, as Ibrahim was saying. But first, there is a need for strengthening institutional capacity. The nations that are most affected by climate change, they lack the technical capacity to implement effective strategies. ISDB will be positioned to support such initiatives. We have a well-tested mechanism, what we call the reverse linkage, which is fostering exchange of expertise, technology, and know-how on a South cooperation modalities. Second, we need to mobilize blended finance and philanthropic grants to make sure that we can blend and de-risk to bring in private capital. We believe that the public money, as we all know, will not be sufficient. I mean, there is no fiscal space, and the geopolitical situation now, seeing that the public money is going to be shrinking and more and more and more. So the traditional sources of financing will need to be open and going to more innovation and more creativity. So this entails putting in place blended finance mechanism, as I said, to de-risk and then bring in private sector. We have been doing it in the bank with what we hold the Life and Livelihood Funds, which have been working with the Bill Gates Foundation to try to de-risk and blend with our ordinary capital. So this is something that we can do, and then we believe that in this loss and damage context, this can be very useful. We also looking at Sharia-compliant type of instruments like takaful to reduce a little bit the financial, to increase financial protection for those most in need. And then my colleague in front of me in the aisle, we're working in putting in place a global takaful alliance with UNDP, Brother Abdullah. And this could reach 100 million people that will really help in reducing the climate-induced risk that we are seeing. And third, we need to strengthen the toolkit in such a way that we move from just reaction to prevention. prevention, and then bringing solution. That the toolkits need to go there. This means that we need to put in place early warning system, and then emergency support and climate resilience project. And this is what we are doing right now in the bank. We are putting in place a facility, a response, recovery, and resilience facility that will help in this nexus between humanitarian and climate risk, and how do we bring solution to that. So with those two different solutions, I think that working together with the fund, we'll be able to make some dent. In conclusion, while the challenges of loss and damage are significant, the opportunity for partnership is immense. Together, we can enhance the resilience of the most vulnerable nations and ensure that the new fund delivers lasting impact. The ICB stands ready to collaborate with you, Ibrahim, and all partners to deliver on that and to make this vision into reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Issa, for your contribution. And staying with the Development Bank, I am delighted to invite Mr. Graham Watkins, who is the Chief of Climate Division at the Inter-American Bank.
Thank you very much, Ibrahim. Just to follow on from other speakers and do it as quickly as possible, the question of needs is absolutely clear, but perhaps the scale is not that clear. And this is something that we're trying to work on for COP30, but just to give you some initial numbers, you're probably looking at about 15 billion needs in terms of our region for adaptation, and probably 200 billion in residual impacts today. And if you expand that out up to 2050 and to 2100, you're looking at huge amounts of money, and we do get to the trillions if you do that. So we're actually working on that right now. It's very complex, very hard to do, simply because not only do you have slow onset disasters, but you also have tipping points. And that complicates those projections quite substantially. So I just wanted to start with that. I also wanted to emphasize the points already made, that this is urgent, but is in fact existential for many of the countries in the region. Bahamas as another example on top of the other the examples from the Caribbean. Dorian cost $3.4 billion. They have a $14 billion GDP, so 25% of the GDP gone. You get those repeated, then you get substantial long-term effects. It is a negative and vicious cycle that will continue for all of those countries, and huge fiscal consequences, obviously. The places most affected are, in fact, the small and vulnerable countries, but let's also not forget the cities, where 80% of people live in cities, and they need help too. They have even more complex problems in terms of financing and access to finance. Because of that, this is all part of our new strategy that was recently approved. It's also part of all of our regional programs, whether it's for the Amazon, whether it's for the Caribbean, whether it's even for the Southern Cone, which is a huge area for these kinds of impacts. What have we committed to? We made already a commitment for $25 billion in those kinds of expenditures that are basically adaptation and resilient and loss and damage expenditures over up to 2030, which is about $4 billion a year. We already are building on the fact that we've got 17 countries covered with contingent credit facilities for about $3.9 billion. We already support countries with loss and damage assessments and those kinds of work with ECLAC. We work extensively on policy reform, and I do want to emphasize that importance of the question of what is the role of MDBs. We can talk to ministries of finance and actually move policies within national systems and support those with policy lending, but mainly the technical assistance support and institution building. We're also looking at this question of private investment as well. It is very slow. Frankly, you're not going to move that agenda in terms of private investment for some time. And yet, there are things like financial products that can be developed, early warning systems, technical assistance type programs that are already starting to happen. And we're also trying to innovate with finance. So the Barbados Debt for Climate Resilience program that we did with actually several partners around this table. El Salvador, we're doing a results-based program right now for making heat-ready schools that will change policy within El Salvador, not just be an investment for that. And things like disaster risk clauses as a standard for those processes. So we're also very keen to think outside of the box and move the agenda forward. We really want to work with you guys, so here we are.
The good news, we want to work with you as well. So we'll certainly make it work and have the strategic partnership. That's the purpose of this dialogue. But thank you very much for your contribution. We'd like to still stay with Development Bank and now get a perspective of a regional bank in Africa. It's the West African Development Bank, and Ibrahim Ajouf. We're delighted to have you with us.
Thank you very much, Ibrahim. You didn't have any problem saying my name, right? No, I think after what I've heard from my colleagues from Barbados, from the African Development Bank, from ISDB, I think I'll save a little bit of time, and my team will hate me because they've prepared a couple of slides here. But I think climate warming is a reality. That is not a debate. How do we deal with it? I think if we go separately, we won't get there. And that's why I think we need to acknowledge, the global community and what has been done. And I'm sure, Ibrahim, with your leadership, will be able to go fast and execute, because the problem is result. What we want is result. I was going to say that Africa is watching, Africa is expecting, but Africa also is proactively doing a lot of things to anticipate. And as far as we are concerned, BOAD, for those who don't know know us, we're a regional bank in the WAMI countries, and we've been doing a lot. We've first committed to allocate about 25% of our portfolio to climate action, and that's what we're doing. We've also went out there to mobilize resources, because that's, at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. Get the money to be able to impact the people and the countries we operate in. We've been successful in raising, in 2021, 750 million ESG denominated bond. We've done it earlier this year, 500 million. We've done also a couple of hybrid transactions with CDP, our friend in Italy. And that's what we keep on doing, and that's what we're going to keep on doing. All I want to commit here is that we'll be there. We'll be working closely with the fund to make sure that we get to the people and we get to execute. And as far as our 8 countries, I don't want to go into, I think we've heard the damage, the Sahelian countries, and we're living that. It's a reality. We live it on a daily basis. So our commitment is there, and we stand by and we'll work closely with you. Thank you very much, Ibrahim.
Thank you very much, from Ibrahima to Ibrahima. But obviously, under the leadership of my co-chairs of the board, we'll certainly reach out to your bank and see how we can sort of work together. Now, last but not least, on the Development Bank, I'd like to invite the representative from the European Investment Bank to bring in his perspective in working together.
Thank you very much. As the last speaker, you don't have much new things to add, but I think I want to echo two important things. One is the words on the urgency that was mentioned by the World Bank. We are very aware that the vulnerability leads to very high costs of capital, at the same time high investment needs and very low investments, so a huge gap that we are all here to fill. Second, I want to echo what the German minister said about the responsibility of the European Union, which we are the bank of. We are very aware of the responsibility that we have in the climate crisis that we're in as a European Union, which is why, for us as the European Union's bank, climate action is the main priority. We continue to do more than 50% of our operations in this space, and that is including to an increasing extent also adaptation and just resilience, and also, of course, very much so outside the European Union, where we finance more than $5 billion a year to address these gaps that I just mentioned. And then the last thing I want to echo is the importance for partnerships among us, MDBs, with the UN system, philanthropies, and most importantly, of course, with our partner countries, where we address these challenges together. What is really needed, given the urgency, is concrete actions. So we're very happy that this is the focus of this fund. We are very much, the only thing we can do as a bank is action. So we're here to do, not to talk. So we're very happy about projects like the Barbados debt swap that we do with the IDB here next to me, which also include these debt clauses, which is another important thing where we need to just get going. And I just want to close by saying that we were looking forward to working with the fund and with everybody around this table. Thanks.
Thank you very much for the perspective of EIB. Now that we've gotten the perspective of the development bank, we're now going to move to the funds, but also other partners that are directly involved in working with FRLD. I'd like to invite the head of the Adaptation Fund, Mr. Mikko Ollikainen, to give his perspective. Mikko, over to you.
Thank you, Ibrahima, co-chairs of the board, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to start by thanking for the very kind invitation to join this high-level dialogue. I'd also like to join the previous speakers in congratulating the board and Ibrahima and his team for the substantial progress they've made towards making the FRLD operational since the decision at COP28 to establish the board just 16 months ago. This dialogue is a very visible sign of that momentum. I represent the Adaptation Fund, which was set up by parties to the UNFCCC 17 years ago. The Adaptation Fund finances projects that help developing countries adapt to the impacts of climate change and increase their resilience, and has, during the last 15 years, grown to have a portfolio of 200 projects in 120 countries. At the same time, the reality of climate change has changed. While 15 years ago the fund was seen to help prepare countries for climate impacts in the future, we are now dealing with impacts that are happening today or have already taken place. Impacts that are getting stronger and more frequent in a world that has not invested enough to preventing them or adapting to them, and we are now experiencing losses and damages. Somewhat tragically, the new reality of losses and damages has also sharpened the focus on adaptation, since these are two inseparable sides of the very same coin. Because of the inherent connection between adaptation and loss and damage, I've been pleased to forge a close working relationship with Ibrahima starting his first week in office last year. And in early February this year, we signed a letter of intent between the two funds in which we outlined 5 areas of joint efforts: readiness, knowledge sharing, resource mobilization, support to countries, and advocacy. These areas are broadly the same as those included in the proposed actionable commitments being discussed today, and we will be happy to work together further on them. The Adaptation Fund has coherence and complementarity with other climate funds as a cross-cutting feature in its medium-term strategy. Therefore, we warmly welcome the similar sentiment towards synergies between the funds in FRLD, including in the recent decision by the FRLD board on the Barbados implementation modalities, which guides the work for the startup phase of the FRLD, and which, among other things, calls for a development of a modality for access through the accredited entities of the Adaptation Fund, the GCF and the GEF. We will be eager to support this to enable the use of Adaptation Fund accredited entities for the use of FRLD. We're also prepared to actively engage with FRLD and be available to countries, especially the most vulnerable countries, that may be interested in projects and programs that address adaptation and losses and damages in joint streamlined investments to maximize the impact of the limited funds that we collectively have available to address climate change. We look very much forward to working with you, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mikko, and thank you for your support in the early setup of the Secretariat and your guidance and started learning from your lessons as a fund. I'd like to now invite, I believe she's not around, but maybe represented the CEO of CIF, which is the Climate Investment Fund, but I see one of her. Go ahead, yes.
Is that on? Okay, great. Congratulations to the board and to you, Ibrahima. I'm honored to be here on behalf of my CEO, Terje Badageshan, of the CIF, who unfortunately is stuck at home this morning with a couple of sick kids and sends her regrets. We're grateful for this invitation. It's actually quite remarkable to see so many senior officials and incredibly impactful organizations around the table. It's very, it's hopeful. Partnership and urgent action are going to be key, as we all know, to supporting those suffering from disasters. We've all heard and seen the data. It was heartening to hear from the president of the Philippines regarding Yolanda in 2013, when actually I was there in a previous role and hat, wearing a previous hat as managing Canada's humanitarian assistance and development operations in the moment, so can really appreciate personally the critical need of this work and recognize that this extends to slow onset events too. The world clearly needs support from these existential threats. The CIF has been working closely with multilateral development banks over the past 17 years to strengthen ambition, our collective ambition, and to push the envelope on tackling frontier climate challenges. We're known for our large-scale mitigation work that's now buttressed by the first fund to access capital markets. But that work also extends to adaptation and resilience. And in fact, our evidence base and external evaluation of our first pilot program for climate resilience will be posted on our website in the coming days, which really shows the impact that this work has had and is now being streamlined into bank operations. But we've been in transition for the past 5 years, being outside of that UNFCCC family. And we're currently undergoing a new direction strategy exercise, buttressed by this new market-based instrument. And we will be looking to our board to provide guidance and our continued work in this emerging exploration of continued adaptation and resilience finance, which we have been exploring in concert with the other UNFCCC funds over the past year, investing significantly in consultations. And we would look forward to working with the L&D on complementary and coherence once we receive that guidance going forward. Again, very grateful to be invited here, and we look forward to the continued success of L&D.
Thank you very much for the contribution of CIF, and extend our regard to your CEO who is not feeling well. Another partner, equally important, with whom we actually signed a letter of intent, and that is the Santiago Network. I'm delighted to invite Ms. Carolina Fuentes Castellanos for her contribution.
It is a pleasure, Ibrahima, and it is a pleasure to be here as well. Many thanks for the invitation. We're honored to be here, and also I would like to start by commending the FRLD for the great progress that's been made. It's remarkable, and also for organizing this event shortly after your board meeting. Congratulations on all of that. The Santiago Network and the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage are two central pillars of the multilateral response architecture for loss and damage. We are linked not only by design, but by purpose. We were established to catalyze technical assistance in developing countries that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. One of our core functions is to enable access to finance, technology, and capacity building. At the same time, the governing instrument of the FRLD calls for collaboration and coordination with the Santiago Network. We are also starting our operations pretty much at the same time, which is quite timely and a unique opportunity also to align our efforts right from the outset. Our boards have also adopted very recently landmark decisions that will help us also collaborate effectively. The Barbados Implementation Plan asks for modalities of collaboration and coherence with the Santiago Network. Just some days ago, the Santiago Network Advisory Board adopted a landmark decision on the establishment of Santiago Network regional presence, with multiple points of contact under an innovative approach that will also deliver targeted support across all UN regions. All these advances and the progress that's been made is beneficial for the entire loss and damage ecosystem. But the question remains, what does that mean for the collaboration and the partnerships in very tangible and concrete terms? The Santiago Network proposes a threefold approach that starts with country ownership. We are ready to tailor the offer of technical assistance of the Santiago Network to the first call of proposals of the FRLD. So we will be teaming up, Ibrahima, in making sure that we can support proponents in identifying their needs, in designing requests that are bottom-up, country-led, demand-driven, and that can cover both economic and non-economic losses from rapid and slow onset events. Second, shared resources. The Santiago Network brings a growing toolbox to the table. We have our technical guidelines that have been made available in Spanish, in English, and in French, with more UN languages forthcoming. Our technical assistance platform as well that can be linked to the FRLD and to other partners' processes. We also have our regional presence recently established with multiple points of contact. And last but not least, we have a network of 15 members ready to deliver support. All of this stands also at your disposal to make use of it and also for the larger benefit of the loss and damage ecosystem. We invite all of you in this table and also your partners to consider joining the Santiago Network. Third, joint learning. The early learning that we can gain during this phase is vital, also to inform long-term operational modalities. The Santiago Network can support the learning function of the FRLD and making sure that we move ahead together. This is a call also to expand the response that we collectively provide to loss and damage. We just heard the need to collaborate, and the need also to act in synchrony. That way, we can enhance and drive collective impact. Let me close by saying this. The communities we serve do not experience loss and damage in silos. Neither should our response to the problem. We're very proud to work with this path together with you, Ibrahima, with the FRLD, and with many of the partners gathered here today. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Carolina, and thank you for your commitment to the partnership that you and I have been discussing for quite some time between our two institutions. Last but not least, I'd like to invite another climate fund that has been extremely helpful in supporting our interim secretariat before I took this job. I want to use this opportunity to recognize your support along with other entities, including UNDP and UNFCCC. So let me invite Mr. Artur Cardoso de la Cerda, Director of Governance Affairs and Secretary to the Board of GCF. Over to you, Artur.
Thank you, Ibrahima. Clearly, you have great Portuguese speaking skills.
Muito obrigado.
Obrigado. Obrigadíssimo. Which means thank you, very much thank you. It's only in Portuguese you have those things, according to Ambassador Corrêa do Lago. On behalf of GCF, I really thank for this invitation. The GCF is really, really proud of being part of the interim secretariat and work along UNDP and the UNFCCC secretariat to support you, Ibrahima, and of course the board. We all know how crucial it is for us to work together to tackle this climate crisis. The impacts are real, they are huge, especially in developing countries. Over 90% of the disaster-related deaths have occurred in developing countries. And in 2023 alone, they have lost $109 billion due to such events. And the most vulnerable communities, as have been mentioned before, are the ones that really suffer the most. So the reality is that we must all confront this challenge and work together in a very strong complementarity and coherence manner. But at the same time, there is another reality, which is one of solidarity and support. And it's with the spirit of solidarity that we all are here today. And the GCF, as the world's largest multilateral climate fund, is committed to work together with the Fund for Response to Loss and Damage and with our sister organizations and many development partners here today. We have a unique mandate, which is to invest equally in mitigation and adaptation across the developing world. A mandate that helps avert, minimize, and address loss and damage. And we are delivering on this mandate. We are on track to avoid more than 3 billion tons of CO2 emissions, and we also have committed nearly $8 billion for adaptation across 133 countries. And we are also building lasting capacity through our readiness program, the largest climate capacity building initiative in the world. We are helping over 100 countries accelerate national adaptation planning. And thanks a lot to my dear friend Carolina, who actually has been a leader before in putting together this program. We are helping communities prepare. We are also very proud of being the largest funder of early warning systems, with nearly $3 billion committed to building climate information and infrastructure. And we are proud also to stand with the UN Secretary General in calling for the universal access for early warning systems by 2027. We are funding climate risk insurance and also advancing digital platforms and microinsurance to help smallholder farmers recover after disaster strikes. But as the new fund for responding to loss and damage takes shape, we have been, of course, helping you as a sister organization to reach your full potential through the interim secretariat, but we want to continue this journey and fully support you as well and work together. So moving forward, we want to work together with all partners here within our respective mandates and take action against this climate crisis. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Arthur. Muito obrigado. And then last but not least, just staying with the fund. A fund that's been around for quite some decades is the Global Environment Facility. Obviously, with whom we can learn a lot in terms of the experience that I have over decades. I'm delighted to invite Filippo Beraldi just to provide the perspective of the GEF.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Executive Director, co-chairs, distinguished colleague, for the opportunity to contribute to this first high-level dialogue. The GEF CEO, who unfortunately couldn't be here today, sends his regards and his best wishes for a successful dialogue today. The GEF family of funds, which includes the Trust Fund and the LDCF and SCCF, very much welcome the operationalization of the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage, and is positioning within the set of sister funds serving the international climate finance architecture. We are very much ready to work together with the FRLD Secretariat to support its full operationalization. We are open and committed to discuss specific action items to work together on ways to strengthen complementarity and coherence between the funds, taking advantage and building on the existing collaboration framework of the multilateral climate funds, which also Arthur here mentioned. We have a rich history indeed of collaborating with the GCF, with the Adaptation Fund, and with the CIF, and we look forward to onboard the FRLD as well. Indeed, many elements of the items included in the actionable commitments that you've circulated in advance of this meeting map closely with the collaborative framework that we have with the other climate funds, including on joint programming, on harmonization, and on knowledge management. So these efforts can also draw lessons on how successful enhanced collaboration within bilateral initiatives. And one example of that is the long-term vision on complementarity and coherence, which we have established between GEF and GCF. It's also worth mentioning that the heads of the multilateral climate funds meet regularly through a committee of the heads. And my understanding is in the last meeting at COP29, they've agreed to invite you in the next meeting. So that's a further opportunity to establish linkages and collaboration. We welcome the new Barbados implementation modality. And I think that will help us understand how the FRLD will shape their early interventions, which surely should help us understand how to further enhance collaboration and complementarity. So we look forward very much to the outcomes of the discussion today. Again, the CEO sends his regrets, and we look forward to remain engaged with you in the process going forward. Thank you.
Again, a big thank you to all the funds for lending your experience and track record, and in terms of all the years that you've acquired in terms of experiences, and we look forward to continue building on your experience. The beauty of the funds that spoke is four of them actually the secretary is based here at the World Bank, Adaptation Fund, GEF, and SAFE and FRLD. So thank you for the World Bank for using your convening power to help us to continue to sort of working together. Now, our last intervention for this roundtable before we move to the next one is to call upon a couple of UN institutions to bring in that UN perspective, building on what we heard from the opening statement from Selvin and the support that the Secretary General has provided to this fund over the past couple of months. I'm delighted to now invite Mr. Thomas Asare, Assistant Secretary General and the World Meteorology Organization, WMO.
Thank you, Ibrahima, for giving me the opportunity, and thank you, co-chairs, Protocol Observe. I'm happy to represent the World Meteorological Organization at this meeting, and we want to underscore the importance of operationalization and timeliness of this fund. At WMO, we believe that science must serve the most at risk. And to do so effectively, we need to align technical capability with financial agility in an era of increased occurrence of adverse weather events. Together, we can minimize the financial impact of responding after the fact and to ensure that the funds or the fund remains sustainable, because without other intervention of the fuller spectrum of the climate action, the impact of loss and damage can be significant, and no matter how much resources are contributed, will not be sustainable. And so that really calls for a strong complementarity with existing climate funds and also the financial institutions. In WMO, where we host the Secretariat of the Systematic Observation Financing Facility and also the Funds for Climate Risk and Early Warning System, we are making sure that we play a complementary role in making sure that impact on lives, livelihood, and economics are minimized. We envision a trigger base where WMO scientific information can articulate or actually trigger a rapid disbursement from the fund to significantly reduce delays in responding to loss and damage. As you may know, even with the parametric insurance, most of them use the scientific data in order to trigger the payout. WMO is working hard to promote, to actually keep the convention that makes scientific observation, weather information, global public good, given recent occurrences, geopolitical occurrences. That is something that probably is not in the foreknowledge. It's the reason why all of you can have weather information free on your mobile phones. If this convention really is threatened, you might not have this anymore because this will be commercialized. WMO convention ensures that this scientific information is a global public good and is available for all in order to ensure that we are able to protect lives, livelihood, and economies. We are looking really forward to work with the fund and to ensure that we are able to really ensure that scientific information really informs decisions that are taken regarding climate action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Asare. I am actually mindful that you are observing a lot of information without the opportunity to react. Just to reassure you, at the end of the second roundtable, we'll have an open discussion so we can just react to some of the things we heard so far. in addition to your contribution. I'd like to then invite Ms. Kitty van der Huygen, Deputy Executive Director for Partnership at UNICEF. I am absolutely sure I didn't say your name correctly, but it's fine.
Thanks so much. Wonderful Dutch, I will say. And let me just say that I think the only downside of taking this job about 2 years ago was that I had to step down on the Transitional Committee on Loss and Damage, an item and an issue I have been deeply involved in for many, many years and that I'm deeply committed to. But of course, being here as UNICEF, I will have to speak on behalf of those that are not here in the room, because looking around, I think most of us here will pretty soon be pushing up the daisies. But it will be children now and future children that will actually suffer the most, because the duration, the frequency, and the intensity of climate impacts are rising. That's one. But secondly, they're also uniquely vulnerable in a very different way than we are as adults. And we know from science that the risk of stillbirth, for example, is rising by 5% if temperature goes up by 1%. The African Development Bank was raising the issue of droughts and malnutrition. It doesn't just lead to stunting. Stunting leads to lifelong cognitive disabilities that you can never recuperate from. I don't know if that isn't loss and damage. I don't know what loss and damage is. We know, and Pakistan was talking about the risks on education with floods, but also heat waves that impact learning outcomes. 40 million children are impacted every year, and that has lifelong implications for earning capacities. We know, and that is one perhaps of the worst impacts that we see, that the economic stress that climate impacts generates on poor families leads to harmful coping mechanisms. They marry off their girls. These girls are trapped for the rest of their life. If that isn't loss and damage, I don't know what loss and damage is. More importantly, we want to commit as UNICEF to work with the fund, but also with all of you to make sure that children are seen. They're never around the table, but they are the most impacted. We have the Climate Risk Index, which is where climate hotspots meet child vulnerability. We have them at subnational level called the Disaster Risk Analysis Index that will help you guide where anticipatory action is needed, where you need to deploy your resources. We're now updating that risk index based on the latest scientific evidence, and it's absolutely crucial for the fund to hardwire these data into any commitment that you make. And I am not here pleading for funding for UNICEF. I'm here pleading for finance for children. Much as we need any resources, what we need to make sure is that every resource we deploy is done in a child-centric way. Currently, we've done a study over the past 10 years of all the multilateral funding. 2.4% is programmed in a child-centric way. That is just unacceptable. Even without additional resources, we can do much better by integrating a child lens. For example, if we talk about health and climate change, let's make sure that we capacitate community health workers to detect, diagnose, and treat the impacts on heat waves on pregnant women and newborns. Let's make sure when we look at drought that we work on adaptive capabilities of communities in the Sahel. In a place like Fiji, we're working with the governments, with the task force on displacement and relocation, that is being done in a child-centric way. So mainstreaming data based on science where vulnerability and lifelong, unique, disproportionate impacts meets funding decisions, that's where we would like to be to support you. I think we here can verbalize the impacts of climate change, but it's children that actually pay the biggest price, and very often it's their life. So here to really commit to partnership, to data, and to making sure that every resource is deployed where the vulnerabilities are the largest. Thanks, Ibrahima, and I commit to having a Dutch coffee with you.
Thank you, Kitty, for your commitment to partner. We'll certainly take you on your offer to explore areas of partnership. I'd like now to call upon an equally important partner, UNDP, that has played a major role in the interim secretariat of this fund, for having supported us in the early days and continue to support us as we deliver on behalf of the most vulnerable countries. I'd like to invite Mr. Abdallah Al-Dardari, Director of Regional Bureau for Arab States at UNDP. Abdullah, if you're around. Go ahead, yes.
Good morning. I wonder whether I should test your capacity in the Arabic language as well. You impressed all of us with all your knowledge of different languages.
Shukran jazilan.
Assalamu alaikum then. I have actually 2 pages written, but I'd like to divert a little bit if you don't mind. So first of all, we are grateful for playing the role in the interim secretariat, and we are here to commit to working with you in the fulfillment of the objectives of this very important initiative that actually fills a huge gap in the climate finance around the world. In Mozambique, I'd like to give this example. The post-disaster needs assessment from tropical cyclone Idia and Kenneth in 2019 revealed that the cost of the damage to infrastructure and physical assets exceeded $1.4 billion, and there was another $1.4 billion of losses and of the costs of rebuilding the productive assets that was destroyed. But what does that mean for the life cycle of the population is still yet to be calculated. I'd like to bring this also to reality that, at least in the region I am dealing with in UNDP, the total loss so far of the conflicts of our region, some of them and many of them were influenced by climate events, so far in the last 10 years is $1.2 trillion. That's damage. That's not the economic lost opportunity and so on. That's lives and livelihoods. And I think we will be working with you on making sure that we look on this question in a multidimensional aspects. We understand how conflicts and climate are interlinked. We all know, for example, that the drought in Syria in 2006 to 2010 played a very important role imploding the country and the mismanagement of the drought. And in fact, now, Syrian refugees who may think of going back, they will not find any water resources for them to go back and farm their lands that they left 10 years ago. So linking all these things together and investing smartly in the rebuilding of lives and livelihoods is going to be key to our success together. I am here just to commit, dear Ibrahima, and to the community here, that UNDP will be a partner, a strong partner, to working using science and common sense and evidence-based and innovative financing to bring the necessary resources. The Takaful Alliance, my brother across the aisle, my brother Isa mentioned a little bit that we are both working on to provide 100 million farmers with Islamic insurance, is going to actually use the data from WMO with artificial intelligence to design specifically tailored insurance for each of the 100 million farmers facing climate events, or also allowing them to be financially included, because then they have no collateral. 70% of the food we eat is produced by smallholder farmers who actually have zero insurance. What's against any climate event? So working with these innovative ways and linking, as I said, the questions of conflict, disasters, climate, and bringing then the loss and damage calculations effectively will be our way forward through innovative financing, private sector, leveraging. Our grant funding is going down, and it will continue, unfortunately, to go down. How can we together leverage every dollar we have for the sake of the peoples that we are responsible for in the next few months and years? So thank you, Ibrahima, and best of luck in the way to go.
Shukran jazilan. Well, thank you very much. And still staying for the perspective from the UN, I'd like to invite Ms. Paulo Albrito, Director of UNDRR, the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reductions.
Thank you very much, Ibrahima, and well done on the Italian pronunciation. I think we all agree that despite our global efforts, unfortunately, climate disasters are increasing. And risk, as we just heard from our colleagues on UNDP, is becoming more complex. And if we are looking at scaling up efforts in terms of challenges and addressing the challenges, what we can see is that we are faced with limited data, fragmented policies, and inadequate finance. 3 challenges that we all have to address. In this ecosystem, UNDRR has been playing its part in order to be a custodian of the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction. We are the focal point for disaster risk reduction across the UN system. We are co-hosting the Santiago Network Secretariat, and we are co-leading the Early Warning for All initiative. Now, I would like to highlight 3 key elements that have so far, but we can further foster in order to enhance the partnership and the collaboration that you've been mentioning among us. The first one is data. Now, data is able to answer to a number of questions to all of us. The who is being affected by disasters and what they need. The how, which one are the hazards that they've been facing, and also how many. They're going to give us very clear bearings and understanding on what is the level of assistance that the people are going to be needing. So UNDRR, together with UNDP and WMO, holds probably what is the only global system for tracking loss and damages at the local level. And we also know that there are other data systems that exist. So what we need to do is to ensure that this data ecosystem are going to be complemented by the other existing data in order to strengthen the decision support system for loss and damages financial arrangement. The second point is policy. Now, we need to maintain a strategic approach as we are going to be fully operationalizing the fund. This is extremely important, and it can be done, for instance, through a comprehensive risk management approach in order to provide a coherent policy basis for the countries so that they can best use the type of assistance and support that they're going to be receiving in averting, minimizing, and address loss and damages. And the third one is finance. Now, if we have coherent data and planning, we really can make the most of the finance that countries are receiving. And they can actually make sense in terms of building on the different resilience funds. So we really need to try to build and enhance this financial system that we have at the national level in order to ensure that we can address to its best the funding that we could be able to provide to countries. And we do have an example a number of years back now with Vanuatu as part of their NDC exercise. So I would like to conclude with 2 points that I think are extremely important. The first one is to consider a very important element, is the continuum of averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage, because they are sequential. And what we know is that the inaction in one is going to be leading to the second one. And as we are progressing with it, the cost associated is increasing. So we need to be very mindful of this. And finally, and equally important, what it was already mentioned on the continuum of structural and non-structural measures. Country face capacity constraint, as has been highlighted, so it really makes a lot of sense to be able to have the Santiago network that can really work in synergy with the fund in order to ensure that this non-structural and structural support is coming to the countries and to the people that needs it. So UNDRR is committed to this, to what I mentioned, and is also very much committed to be working with all of you around the table and together. As we are saying, holding hands is extremely needed now. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We've done so well on time management. I decided to bring up some of the speakers from the second round table so we can at least cover maybe one or two, just staying on the UN contribution. I'd like to invite Ms. Rania Dragas Kamara, who is the Assistant Executive Director for Partnership and Innovation at the World Food Programme. Rania, over to you.
Thank you, Ibrahima, and I made it easy for you with my surname because it is West African on that side. Really, on behalf of the World Food Programme, I would like to commend not just the board, but you, Ibrahima, for your personal leadership and your team in the Secretariat in entirety for the work and the progress that has been done to date. It really is commendable, and it's wonderful to be party to what has been almost 30 years in the making, actually, bringing it to fruition today. Only 3 points from our side, and I'll be brief about it. The World Food Programme is on the front lines of climate. As you all know, we're the largest humanitarian agency, and we see the food insecurity rising year on year. There's over 300 million who are acutely hungry, but of those, there are 72 million who've been pushed into emergency hunger by pure, sheer climate. So it's a significant caseload. Against that backdrop, 2 more points. The first is we are here to work with you. We are here to collaborate, to complement, and surely to ensure coherence building on the national systems that you highlighted so strongly. So count on us and our thousands of partners, Ibrahima, for the work moving forward. My second point, and I'll join those who diverged from their talking points, much to our team's chagrin, is actually about prudence. It is very difficult, as everyone around this table knows, to fundraise. So when we do fundraise, and there is resources available like you have now, we should be careful where we are placing them. Response is critical, but I would urge you to look, as ISDB said, also on prevention. I think it is fundamental you build on successes that we have done already, all of us, and I would there anchor anticipatory action, Ibrahima. It saves us money, it saves us lives, it saves us assets, it saves us dignity. And in many contexts, we have been able to go in Somalia, in Bangladesh, in Haiti, in the Caribbean, go in before the disaster and move people and build on the social protection systems that are in play, that the governments have, and that could be enhanced through your support for loss and damage. For that too, as Kitty says, is at the heart of loss and damage. Let's minimize the loss and damage before we go into only response, making it much vaster loss and damage. And with that, I say thank you once again, and a pleasure to be with you.
Thank you very much, Rania, for your contribution. Since we have a bit of time, I'm going to kind of improvise a little bit also and ask Renaud Seligman, who is the Director of Operation at VP of Climate, but maybe also if our co-chairs want to just react to what they heard so far, they're certainly very much welcome to take the floor. But Renaud, if you just want to contribute.
Chair Jeff, Ibrahima, thank you so much. Look, Kitty earlier was reminding us of the fate of children in this crisis, and I was reflecting on the fact that the fund for responding to loss and damage is probably a toddler at this point, maybe between 1 and 3 years, depending how you count, right? So this morning I was really impressed by how many ferries we have, good ferries, that are surrounding the cot where the toddler is, you know, and all want to be positive and collaborative and work with the fund. And obviously the World Bank is very much in that spirit as well, of wanting every success for this fund. Now, what does success look like? You know, let's think about that. So as we heard from the co-chairs and from you, Ibrahima, there are $250 million that are ready to be programmed following the Barbados conversation at B5. How do we get from there to a bigger pot that can have more impact for the people most affected with urgency? And I think it's very, very important that we build success, right? That we build, have a demonstration effect. That is what will determine the success of this fund, is its ability, as our colleague from WFP was saying, to prudently use the funds with impact so that you're able to overcome the capacity challenges that Islamic Development Bank was talking about, so that you're able to do it smartly, like our colleagues from IDB and from the Santiago Network and UNDR were highlighting, so that you have this continuum from prevention to response, right? And of course, from our side, we are completely ready to put our resources at the disposal in terms of know-how, but also in terms of what operations we have that could act as co-financing vehicles, right, for anything that can move. And I think it's the case. What I've heard from all of the development banks is very similar. That we are ready to partner, and that will probably help to demonstrate early success in a way that is impactful, touches people's lives, tells the story of impact that then will lead the fund to overcome the challenges of a very complex fundraising environment. We all know that it's a difficult environment, and so having 1, 2, or 3 good examples that show a smart use of the limited resources that are here today is going to be absolutely critical. The governing instrument has high fiduciary, environmental, and social standards. They can be applied. It's possible, as Jürgen was saying. It's complex, but it can be done. And so we really look forward to partnering with all of you around the table so that the toddler grows into a very effective teenager.
Thank you, Renaud. I'm certainly a very big baby. I can tell you that. I don't want to put my... But I was thinking if you want to react to what you heard, I'd be happy to put you on the spot and keep my job. Okay.
Thank you, Ibrahima. So again, one of the benefits as being co-chairs, we have to represent the board, but we also have to represent the lighthouse of where we want the board to go to. And our job is to move them there. And it's not always an easy task, right? So what I can say to many colleagues around the table, as co-chairs, we are prepared to go to the next meeting in Cebu with a list of entities that would be, well, we would say accredited, although we don't have an accreditation system. But essentially, we would take a decision at the board level, recognizing essentially the traditional partners of all the fifths, right? So that would be the MDBs, the IMF, as well as a range of UN agencies. We were ready to do this in Barbados, but we just had to manage board dynamics. What that means essentially is that you need to start preparing so the UNICEF, Kitty, I think it's going to be very difficult for us. We can try to put as a criteria the role of, or the response to children, right? But that's where we would have partnerships, because we would assume that UNICEF would be one of the UN partners, because you work with the bank already, and so you already have financial management agreements. We would expect you to drive that work and bring us projects with countries that would specifically highlight how we could test in this stage where we have a very limited envelope of money, how the role of children can really be included in responses to loss and damage. I remember very clearly when I took over as the co-chair of the transitional committee, there was a UNICEF call to support 800 schools being rebuilt in Mozambique, right? It was like, we can't afford to rebuild schools every 2 years or 1 year, right? We have to come now to a position that this fund actually helps build permanent infrastructure, and how we get there is with you as partners. So again, a heads up, we will take a list of entities to the next board meeting in July, and we will ask our board to endorse those entities. We hope then by sometime between July and the board meeting in October, right? Yep. To then complete the work around the investment framework for loss and damage that the fund will pilot in its testing stage. And then at some time we'll open the doors for proposals, right? So we would need you all to be working through your country systems or your regional systems, such as the African Development Bank, in helping prepare the proposals from countries to come to us, so that either you're doing it for them or you're helping them do it. So without you, we're not going to be spending 1 cent of money. And then again, I want to make it very clear, our expectation is that, unlike the complaints that we've received, and I'm sorry to pick on my colleagues from civil society, community access for us is embedded in the process, right? It's not separate. It's not a separate window. It's part of the process. So we would say the same thing for children, gender, people with disabilities. They're all part of the process that we'd like to see states respond to, right? And we're not going to have an expert secretariat sitting on the whatever floor, 11th floor over there where we are, that's going to respond to that. We're going to have, hopefully, a range of institutions that are specialized in these sectors that can help the fund and help the countries ensure that they have integrated these concerns into their funding proposals, so that when the board gets a proposal, we're not second guessing why did they leave youth out. Is this country not care about responding to loss and damage for youth? We don't want to second guess that, and so we're going to need your help, and we're going to need your help very soon. So pay attention. We expect positive outcomes in July that would then confirm we're just calling it a blanket process. Essentially what that means is we won't ask you to apply for accreditation and submit forms, because you've already done that, right? So we are trying to respond to what the Pakistan minister said, avoid bureaucracy and duplication. So if you've already done this, the likelihood that we're not going to ask you to do that again, but simply just to recognize the fact that you're able to meet international best practice with the World Bank on fiduciary and environmental and social safeguards. So hopefully we've learned one lesson from other funds, that we're not going to go through that similar process again. And please help us work with our board and our countries to make sure that they're comfortable that at least in the next 4 or 5 years, the working modality is going to be much more of a partnership one than a standalone one for many countries, right? There will be countries that are able to respond immediately because they have institutional capacities, but for I think the large range of SIDS, LDCs, and African countries, we're going to need partners to work with, right? And that's where your role comes in. So let us hope that we can do this in Cebu.
All right, from co-chair to co-chair, Jean-Christophe.
Yeah, very, very briefly, first, thank you for that. I have to say that we during the transitional committee, we investigated the landscape, and this is why you are here, by the way, because we obviously found out that there are many actors very much involved in this field. But I have to admit that I am still very much impressed by all the activities developed to respond to loss and damage already, and certainly also so much experiences. And I mean, my first reaction would be really too bad not to share better these experiences, not only between us as a global community on loss and damage, but also with the most vulnerable countries, that will give them hope that there are solutions to their difficulties, and that will probably also initiate some more solutions, actually. So that would be my first reaction. And again, thank you so much for sharing that with us this morning. The second one, very much operational, and to build on Renaud's point and Richard's remarks, with the Barbados implementation modalities, we have altogether a unique opportunity to test these partnerships. it will be done through a call of proposal, which makes it a little bit more complex, to be honest, but that's manageable, as Jürgen said, and Renaud as well. That's manageable with some flexibility on both sides, and we are committed to do flexibility on our side. Hopefully, we can have that also on your side. A unique opportunity. Why is it important? And I think you alluded to that, Richard, in your last point. It's because we are working at the same time on the long-term operational modalities of this fund. So I am personally convinced that the long-term operational modalities of this fund has to go with partnership, the partnership capacity of this fund. And what I heard this morning makes it even more clear to me, actually. There is no other way around. And, you know, when the COP decision mentioned this notion of gap, I do think that was really good. That was really, that gives clarity on what we have to do. And now I can only agree with this decision, because it's quite obvious to me that this is the way forward. How to do it is always the question. So testing it now, right now, while we are developing this long-term operational modality is really key to me. So I encourage all of you to get ready to jump on this first wave of actions for the fund. That's a unique opportunity, as I said. Back to you, Ibrahima.
Thank you very much, co-chairs, for your feedback, what you heard so far. We'll actually continue the journey of intervention. We've heard from the Development Bank, we've heard from some of the UN institutions, we also heard from the funds, and now I'm going to hand over to Omar, the other co-moderator, to then bring in other stakeholders so we can hear a different perspective. And I said earlier, given we're doing so well on time, we'll have an open discussion at the end for any additional comment that you may have. Omar.
Thank you, Ibrahima. My name is Omar Benyeda. I'm the group publisher at African Business. I'm not an expert in this space, but we've been working with the fund for this round table. And the message that I've received, or from hearing the fund and looking at the interventions and their different board meetings, is I see that the board is very keen on acting with speed, acting with impact, and acting with reach. So, but when they talk about their actions, they always come back to the same messaging, and that and it reminds me of a quote by Newton, I think it's attributed to, if I have seen further, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants. And I think that the fund wants to stand on your shoulders, or not necessarily stand on them, but at least accompany you hand in hand, so that they can see further and act with speed, impact, and reach. And I think the human aspect also of the fund is being a message that's been repeated to me and my team, in terms of ultimately this is we're dealing with human beings, with individuals, and that's who we need to think of, and they need to be center of our actions. And the last quote that I'll leave you with before I hand over to you, who are the specialist, is again in terms of the fund. I've sensed a lot of humility from the fund's board and the fund's leaders, and it was reminding me of the quote by Harry Truman that says that it's amazing what you can accomplish if you do not care who gets the credit. So again, I think the fund wants to make sure that they learn from you and also work with you and through the instruments and through your channels to make sure that operationally they can have the impact that they want and that they're seeking. And as we know, money is short, and we need to be prudent and smart about how we about our interventions and how we disperse it. So without further ado, I'd like to call upon Mr. Jagan Chabagain, President at the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So now it comes to this end, the other end of the table, long table. No, thank you, and it's really good to be here. Ibrahima had asked me to talk about, to detail the initiative, partnerships, and opportunities. And I know we have been discussing this morning, and that word where repeated many times, collaboration, collaboration, and collaboration. I would like to build on that, and I will say that local, local, and local. Initiatives go local. Partnerships look local, and opportunities are local. Local, it's often overlooked, but where the most innovative and impactful initiatives happen, where partnerships thrive and where opportunities are endless. At the IFRC, as we are the membership organization, our 16 million volunteers across the world face floods, storms, and heat waves on the front lines every day. Right now, they are responding to more than 20 countries who do not make it to the headlines and do not get discussed in New York or Geneva or in Washington. They face them because their communities do, and they are part of those communities. And local action actually can help find solutions in a large way. When communities lead disasters response and recovery, the outcomes are generally faster. Many people talked about speed, more sustainable and effective. But local actions do need support from beyond local level, which is what I'm focusing on, local action powered by global resources for bottom-up, country-led responses to loss and damage. And I think the colleagues from Santiago Network mentioned earlier, while we have our instruments which are complementary, the community needs are not in silos. The community needs are integrated, and they are one. And that's one of the reasons for IFRC, we have built our approach accordingly to meet the non-siloed need of the communities. And that's why we focus ourselves on what we call reaching the last mile before, during, and after, because the community needs are in continuum, not in silos. Now, for the purpose of today, let me focus on 3 critical actions. The first is, of course, putting impacted communities first and scaling up local action. We must integrate community participation, and one of the co-chairs just highlighted that's actually integral of the Loss and Damage Fund. And participation into country-led approaches. Local communities' needs are nuanced and immediate, and decisions made without their input often fail. And someone who have worked in the field many, many years, I have seen many initiatives fail, and they haven't delivered. Local communities must be at the center with real seats at the table, just not on the talk. We must set a target to ensure at least 25% of loss and damage funding flows to the local level, which I think is at the lower end. Empowering communities to lead their own recovery. At the IFRC, we do have a disaster response emergency fund. We have successfully managed to get 81% of the emergency funding to the community level so far. It's a small fund, it's just 100 million annually, but it does reach hundreds of communities every year. Now, second, scaling up pre-arranged finance, and of course that's the topic of the discussion today, and the fund is all about that. And here I will be repeating what has already been said. When disaster strikes, speed is key. Pre-arranged finance provides the rapid, flexible funding needed to save lives and reduce damage. We must transition from reactive to proactive approaches. You talked about anticipated action earlier, by ensuring funds are accessible before crisis. And we have been using our disaster response emergency fund. 25% of that is allocated for anticipated action. Together, we should aim for a 4-fold increase in pre-arranged finance and target 8% of global funding to be pre-arranged by 2028. And I still think that's at the lower end. And in our case, we will continue to work with the governments, because we do have a auxiliary mandate to work with the public authorities to strengthen the legal frameworks for disaster management and climate resilience, because the foundation of pre-arranged financing is having a strong legal base. Third, and it has been mentioned a number of times, investing in preparedness. You used the word prudence. The best way to manage loss and damage is to prevent it. Every $1 invested in resilience and preparedness reduces post-event cost by $7. And some studies have shown that it's actually much higher than $7. Early warning system and action plans can reduce loss of life and minimize economic damage. In places like Nepal, where I come from, and Fiji, country-led anticipated action has saved lives and strengthened resilience, which our Red Cross Red Crescent societies are very proud to be part of and to be contributing. We need to scale these efforts and embed preparedness to build resilience to reduce the loss and damage. Luckily, we are not starting from scratch. We have the mechanism to respond quickly and effectively. We just need to scale them. In IFRC, we bring local knowledge, volunteers, 16 million of them, data, expertise, and resources on the table. Our members are already working with the governments, providing flexible, neutral, and impartial support to communities often left behind. We do have a climate resilience platform of $1 billion that actually focuses on building the community resilience at the local level and channeling these resources directly to the community level. And this is one thing, being part of the prudence is how do we avoid channeling the resources through multiple intermediaries. And in the IFRC, I have committed that we will not be the second intermediary, because the minute you add the number of intermediaries, we lose that prudence on how to use the fund. And that's the commitment I have made. The fund for responding to loss and damage is key to scaling our efforts to tackle the climate crisis. We must ensure it prioritizes local action, scales pre-arranged finance, and invests in preparedness. And colleagues, together we can build a more resilient future for all, ensuring no one is left behind. But local must be at the heart of it. Thank you so much. And I'm really, really looking forward to continue this dialogue and be part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Jagan. So if I can go straight to Ms. Elizabeth Sperha at the United Nations Department of Political and Peacebuilding Affairs.
Yes, hello. Thank you so much for this opportunity to take the floor. And I want to really congratulate and thank all of those who made this meeting, this first ever dialogue on the fund possible. And we look forward to the future discussions, because clearly this will be a very important platform for doing exactly what you have laid out, and that is to emphasize coherence, coordination, and complementarity among us. I'm very pleased to be here on behalf of the Department of Political and Peacebuilding Affairs of the UN Secretariat in New York. We may not seem at first blush the most obvious partner, but believe me, we very much feel that we need to be part of this conversation, not only part of the conversation, but also part of the action. And in saying that, I do want to emphasize that the adverse effects of climate change is not a side issue for our department. It really has become central to all of the work we do in the peace and security space, from prevention, and I want to thank Rania for making such a clear and passionate plea for prevention, which has been echoed by IFRC and others. Clearly, that is going to be the most cost-effective and, in fact, the most effective tout court response to climate change. So I hope that the fund will really take that to heart. But in terms of our work, from early warning to conflict prevention to peacemaking and peace building, climate, the issue of the adverse effects of climate change has really gotten into the heart of the work that we're doing. And my colleague, of course, from UNDP had also mentioned the conflict element. And here, because it's a little bit of a controversial concept, I have to say, at the United Nations, I have to clarify that, of course, we do not see a direct correlation between climate change and conflict. So I would say that climate change rarely, if ever, has directly caused a conflict, but it has become an increasingly serious stressor on top of already multiple political, economic, and other types of stressors in countries that is leading to instability. And this is what we are hearing from an increasing number of our member states. In fact, we now have a 78 member strong member state coalition called the Group of Friends on Climate and Security. So just to reassure you that this is not a fringe issue for us in the least. And why is that? Because we have seen the correlation firsthand, where we have a number of our special political missions deployed around the world, where these are not only deeply conflict-affected countries, but they are deeply climate stressed, extremely vulnerable contexts. And this is why in a number of contexts we have deployed climate, peace and security advisors precisely to be able to see how, from also a political and a conflict sensitive perspective, we can help countries to address climate change and try again to mitigate and prevent that the adverse effects of climate either lead to conflict or deepen the conflict in such a context. And this is perhaps a mechanism that could be useful in terms of the work with the fund. I know that the climate, peace and security advisors that are deployed in a number of missions could be quite interesting tools in terms of coordinating with the fund to help that particular country access the climate finance that it needs. And I would put that on offer, if you will, to the fund. I also wanted to mention that the Secretary General's Peacebuilding Fund, which my office, the Peacebuilding Support Office, manages on his behalf, has been seeing increasingly high demand for climate-sensitive peacebuilding over the last number of years, particularly since 2017. And so an increasing amount of our resources are going to that area. And where we've seen some very promising, if you will, advances in developments, where we're seeing advances both, for example, in terms of more peaceful communities, women's empowerment, and addressing climate change. So again, people have talked about the intersectionality, they've talked about the multidimensional aspects of climate and having a comprehensive and holistic approach. We have seen that there really is something there, and I hope we can continue to build those connections, including perhaps seeing whether some of the initiatives that we are supporting at a member state's request could perhaps be scaled up through the fund. So scaling up was something that was repeatedly mentioned up until now. And finally, I just want to say that according to our data, about 70% of the countries that are particularly or most vulnerable to climate change also happen to be the ones that rank among the most fragile countries when you're talking about peace or lack thereof. So there is a direct correlation, and they also happen to be the countries that are receiving disproportionately low levels of climate finance. So there's something there we need to seize. And I will finish with this. As I understand it, part of the problem is that there are very complex eligibility requirements for many of the existing funds, and also risk-averse funding models. So I think we need to address that quite directly. And so I would end with two recommendations or appeals. One would be that there would be consideration at the fund for establishing either a dedicated funding window or some sort of mechanism dedicated to fragile and conflict-affected contexts, because they're a very big cohort in terms of the most vulnerable, and also those that are often the least equipped to have those capacities to actually access the climate finance. And I know I've heard you that you don't want to have a multiplicity of windows, but I'm putting it out there nonetheless, courageously. And secondly, linking to the comments of my colleague from IFRC, that, you know, to really take a look at how we can simplify access to climate finance for local organizations and communities. Again, the complexity of the procedures and the mechanisms to actually access the funds, because we know that they're the ones that best understand their needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, the issue of accessibility, affordability, and availability are obviously key to funds, and I believe that in terms of climate finance, that's been an issue in the past. If we can keep our remarks to 2 to 3 minutes, we've got 20 interventions more or less still to go. So I'd like to call upon Monsieur Laurent Bédiscamp from the Agence Française de Développement.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having us and for organizing this meeting. Let me tell you, we're very pleased about to see the fund structure progressing so rapidly, and we believe the fund can make a difference by supporting innovative activities, and we're really looking forward to this. And I'd like to really welcome the efforts to being made to build on the past experiences of other climate vertical funds, and especially the cross-accreditation process, which is really, really essential. Maybe just 2 points, since we only have 2 to 3 minutes, as kindly reminded. First, AFD, as a public development bank, has extensive experience in implementing activities on the loss and damage processes, and it positions us as a key partner, not only AFD, but also all national public development banks across the world. We've got a long-standing expertise in implementing activities across what we call the continuum between adaptation, disaster risk management, and loss and damage. And I think this experience is highly relevant to the fund, as this continuum approach aligns with a comprehensive risk management strategy that addresses all dimensions of loss and damage, which needs, and I agree with the colleagues, which really needs to be country-owned. And this local message is really key to us also. My second point would be as a recommendation to really be proactive in integrating insurance mechanisms in the activities that will be supported by the funds. We believe that insurance mechanisms are really part of the solution, and through public development banks, the structuring of risk transfer solutions across projects would allow those insurance mechanisms to be integrated into the fund's fast-track approach without requiring insurer accreditation. We have especially good experience with partners, private sector partners, with the IDF, the Insurance Development Forum, with whom we are building an IDRIMA project, the Integrated Disaster Risk Management Alliance, building on specific solutions and risk transfer in order to face climate change. There are some projects that can be looked into, notably on 3 key areas: the protection of strategic assets and infrastructure, particularly for public enterprises such as energy companies, for instance. We are working on interesting operations in Costa Rica or Mozambique currently. Default risk coverage mechanisms, particularly for banks, and integration of insurance solutions into public policy dialogues on climate resilience. So only those 2 points. It's a priority for us. Insurance must be part of the solution, and we will be very proactive in supporting all the activities of the fund in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to another development bank before going to the insurance teams here. So, Mr. Rodrigo Salvado from the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank.
Thank you. I'm Ping Yan Chia, representing Director General Rodrigo Salvador. Firstly, congratulations to the FRLD team for the many milestones that you have achieved to date, and thank you for giving us this opportunity to speak. 3 key points. I just want to echo again my colleague here, Laurent from AFD, on the need for scaling up insurance or guarantee instruments. And in the AIIB, we have experience with providing guarantees, especially a guarantee program that we had arranged to enable the World Bank to extend its lending headroom. And the guarantee was provided against a pool of assets belonging to the World Bank. So guarantees are certainly an innovative instrument, as alluded by the keynote speakers earlier this morning, the Deputy Finance Minister from South Africa, President Marcos via video, and we think this is an instrument that will help unlock further financing, not just from the MDBs, but from the public development banks and also the commercial banks. Number 2, we would like to stress on the need for partnership and to scale up partnerships with philanthropies, the sovereign wealth funds and the pension funds and other sources of funds that are latent and sort of overlooked beyond the regular sovereign sources that we are familiar with. Last but not least, of course, is a multilateral collaboration. As President Marcos mentioned, multilateral collaboration to ensure that financing can be scaled up at speed to deliver to common member countries in times of disaster needs and also for purposes of disaster prevention. Thank you so much.
Thank you. If I can call upon Mr. Leslie Ndlovu from ARC Limited.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good morning to everyone. I would like to start by echoing my congratulations to the Fund for responding to loss and damage on the incredible progress they've made in a short amount of time. The set out of the modalities for accessing finance is an extremely important milestone because it gives us then the roadmap on what we should expect and how the process will move going forward. We are particularly excited by what we have heard today because we see the fund playing three critical roles for us. The first one has already been mentioned around complementarity with other already existing funding vehicles. The second one is around scale of financing. For institutions like ourselves that are in the front line of implementing climate insurance in Africa, we find that the landscape for funding is often confusing with a great deal of fragmentation. So we spend a lot of time chasing what are small checks, which obviously gets in the way of implementation and scaling up of the solution. So we believe that the fund is going to be extremely important in terms of increasing the firepower that we have available. Then the third aspect is around the streamlining of reporting and accreditation. If you are raising funding from many individual donors, each of those are coming with their own reporting and accreditation requirements, which again eats into the efficiency of the implementation of the process. In terms of what our wish list would be in the way that we engage with each other, it would be really considering a holistic approach to enabling insurance. We have heard from the development banks, I think the primary role that insurance plays in terms of providing critical funding in the aftermath of a disaster. And as we heard from the IFRC as well, in some instances also in terms of anticipatory action. The holistic approach to funding involves looking at capacity building to create the enabling ecosystem for insurance to thrive. It includes subsidization of insurance premiums, because one of the reasons why countries and entities are not using insurance is the relative high cost of premiums in the environment of limited fiscal space. And then the third need is around capitalization of the regional risk pools. We have in the room today ourselves at the African Risk Capacity, but also CRIF in the Caribbean, CIDRIF in Southeast Asia, and PICRIC in the Pacific. We are, of course, different institutions, but we have been set up with the political mandate of providing climate insurance solutions. We have a demonstrable track record in terms of implementing these solutions. For us at ARC, we currently provide 85% of all the climate insurance solutions in Africa. We have enabled over $1.5 billion of insurance coverage since our inception, paid over $250 million in claims. So it's a solution that already works, and we look forward to working with you to scale this up significantly so that we are closing the protection gap. And I will end on this note that currently less than 2% of all disaster funding is pre-arranged, and that number needs to increase given just the environment that we're in of the increasing frequency and severity of natural disasters. Thank you.
Thank you. So staying within the regional risk pools, I'd like to call upon Anulutu Palu, CEO of the Pacific Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility.
Thank you. Very grateful, Chair, for the opportunity provided for PICRIC to speak in this auspicious gathering. Today's meeting and the theme provided to us, I think it's very close to my heart as a citizen of most vulnerable region to climate change in the whole world. So that's the Pacific region. I have a few pages to read, but I don't do that given the time limitations provided to us. So I just focus on one issue, Chair, and that one issue is ours, because Leslie has spoken eloquently about pretty much what I wanted to say, but I just wanted to highlight one issue in addition to what he was saying, which is the role of the risk pools, particularly the Pacific Catastrophe Risk Insurance Company, when in this space of disaster risk financing. The PICRIC, or Pacific Catastrophe Risk Insurance Company, it was established for two reasons. One is to address the market inefficiency, and second is to also address the loss and damage situation that we are facing and that we are here today. By providing an innovative financial product and services that support the Pacific countries in responding to disaster promptly and effectively. We do this through the provisions of parametric insurance program combined with disaster contingency plans to ensure countries can take rapid actions after disaster which protect lives and livelihoods. PICRIC can help the fund by providing a cost-effective way of building the resilience of the Pacific region, helping countries to maintain physical strength and flexibility, and protecting British development gains in the face of natural disasters. As a regional institutions, we understand the specific challenges of our region faces. We understand the aid environment and the ecosystem, and so that can help Pacific countries in structure their requests for support, as well as being a proven partner for providing that support. Chair, I do not claim that the risk pool, particularly PICRIC, is the ultimate solution to address the cost of disasters or loss and damage. But PICRIC is not a panacea, but it represents a critical financial solution that offers countries peace of mind immediately after a disaster occurs, and a useful conduit between the loss and damage and the countries. As with the other risk pools, we have shown the products we have provided to be effective. They are valued by our members, and they deliver results for donors. But we can do more. Research from the UK Centre of Disaster Protection shows that only 1.3% of official crisis financing flows are pre-arranged. This has to change. PICRIC is a vehicle that can provide the solution, but we need additional funding to scale up our efforts. But in terms of capital, to increase our risk capacity and premium support to make effective coverage more accessible to our members. We believe the fund can provide that support, and the risk pool, particularly PICRIC, can be an effective implementing partner to deliver the much needed support to the vulnerable nations of the Pacific. Once again, I extend my thanks for the opportunity and look forward for another opportunity in the future, Ibrahim. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll get back to the risk pool in a second, but I'd like to go to Lisa Doughton at the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, OCHA.
Thank you very much. I think the benefit of speaking at this point in the meeting is that I have the opportunity to underscore and reiterate a lot of what's been said here, because they also say that if you say things until you're sick and tired of saying them, then they finally stick. So I will be saying some things that you will have heard, but I agree with many of my colleagues here in terms of the importance, and may I underscore the importance of humanitarian partners being involved in terms of lessons learning. We have the ability to help scale up solutions, to address loss and damage, to rapidly deliver life-saving assistance that leverage, and we can leverage our strong presence in the community. So it goes back to what IFRC was saying about working locally. I also will take a page from my colleague Rania's book on anticipatory action. This is something that we have worked that OCHA have worked very much to scale up. We believe that this is the way we need to move. We need to use predictive analytics. We need to use the technology, the data, to ensure that we prearrange frameworks, program priorities. We have prearranged partners, and then the prearranged triggers. So when there is actually a trigger, we can act very quickly. This is something that we have also done with the fund that we manage on behalf of the humanitarian system, the Central Emergency Response Fund, the CERF, where we've already prearranged over $230 million of financing to be available for whenever there is a trigger that gets hit, which means that we've also dispersed $122 million toward the anticipatory action framework. So we use these forecast-based triggers, we work with local partners, and we also work with the people who will be receiving the assistance to make sure that that is actually the assistance that they want to receive. So it provides an additional level of dignity as well. The importance also here is speed, and I heard that mentioned a few times. In a couple of occasions, the CERF, the Central Emergency Response Fund, has provided funding within 16 minutes. Last year in Bangladesh, with the flooding, the funding was provided ahead of the highest point of flooding, which allowed people really to prepare in a way, but really with life-saving assistance. The second piece I wanted to mention is the benefit of having humanitarian coordination in these areas and being able to work with those leaders in country and use the benefit of their knowledge. They're also double-hatted as resident coordinators, so they have that humanitarian development view, and I think it's very important that their expertise is brought to bear, and that's something that we would be happy to assist with as well as we work very closely with the humanitarian coordinators and help guide them and support them at the country level with our OCHA staff. The third thing I want to mention is being able to learn from the capacity assessments and the eligibility criteria. I know there is a lot of due diligence that needs to take place. Again, on behalf of the humanitarian system, OCHA manages almost more or less $1 billion a year of funding to our country-based pooled funds in 20 different countries and regions, and some of the regions. What we do is we work with those local partners. We have accessibility criteria. We do the due diligence through the system, and this has allowed us to provide last year 47% of the funding directly to local and national partners. So this, again, going back to the local aspect of it. So I think I would just close here by saying I'm very much encouraged by that partnership is in many of the agenda items here that I've heard it over and over again. It is important that we work in partnership and learn from each other so that we can bring to bear the best practices and really make this a collaborative effort. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to call upon Mr. Rafael Pereira from the Regional Director and Representative of UNEP.
Thank you very much. And I really want to thank the Secretariat for putting this event together. It's high time for all actors to come together. Now, from the standpoint of UNEP, we have been saying for decades that this wave was coming, and as we said in our last emissions gap report, that we're on track to reach 3.1 degrees of global warming by the end of the century. Now, the reality is that there are clear limits to how we can adapt to this evolving trend, and this is not only due to constrained governance and capacities, but also to technological or cost limitations. And yet, despite these realities, we see a tremendous gap between the needs and flows for adaptation financing. Our last adaptation gap report pointed to a range of an annual gap in the range of $215 to $387 billion until 2030. And we intend to update these figures this year and look at the annual ranges by 2035. Now, in this context, we have been stepping up our work on loss and damage over the last couple of years, not only when it comes to implementing projects on adaptation with the support of many of our partners around the table, but also in supporting countries to update their national adaptation plans. But we have also been enhancing our work on evidence base for minimizing and addressing loss and damage, whether it's by supporting countries like India, Zambia, and Mauritius in assessing and managing climate-induced loss and damage, but also by developing a framework to assess climate and disaster-induced losses of biodiversity and ecosystem services. Now, we are extremely committed to working with the Secretariat and all partners. And there are 5 areas where we see we potentially could bring support to the process. On the one hand, or firstly, I would say through our support at the country level for readiness, through risk assessments, indicators and metrics for loss and damage, methodologies for assessing climate and disaster-induced biodiversity and ecosystem losses, but also aligning the national adaptation plans and the NDCs with loss and damage actions. Number 2, by supporting ecosystem-based community-led recovery approaches, especially in SEEDs and least developed countries. Number 3, by assisting with performance metrics and tracking of both economic and non-economic losses. Number 4, we hope to develop a technical partnership with the Santiago Network, including through joint country missions and integration of adaptation and loss and damage planning. And then number 5, and finally, by advocating and providing technical input on environmental and social safeguards, promoting inclusive, transparent, and rights-based approaches to project implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to call upon Michelle Sisson from IOM, UN Migration.
Good morning. A couple of key points from IOM. Point number 1, climate mobility is a reality. The climate crisis is increasingly forcing millions of people to move. By 2050, the World Bank has estimated that up to 216 million people may migrate internally due to the climate crisis. And human mobility is, of course, integrated into multiple UNFCCC decisions, national determination commitments, and national adaptation plans. 39% of submitted national determination commitments and 85% of national action plans include human mobility considerations. And the establishment of the Task Force on Displacement under the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage highlights the priority of addressing human mobility in climate change contexts. Yet, and this is point number 2, climate mobility responses are not supported by climate finance by and large, despite the strong integration of human mobility in climate policies. Little climate finance has been dispersed to climate mobility programming. In fact, most financial support for climate change-induced human mobility comes from outside the climate financing landscape. It's coming from humanitarian and migration management funds. Major UNFCCC-related climate funding instruments rarely include provisions to address human mobility. For example, the Green Climate Fund has not significantly addressed human mobility in its project. And we see this as a missed opportunity to address adverse effects or leverage positive aspects of human mobility, both for those on the move and for the host and receiving communities. So point 3 is that there is a loss and damage finance gap, if you will. The current financial landscape is not aligned with the needs and scale of the most vulnerable countries and their populations concerning this human mobility aspect of this impact of climate change. So the Fund for Responding for Loss and Damage to Loss and Damage is the first climate financing mechanism that integrates migration and displacement and planned relocation in its scope as per the COP29 decisions of 2023. And it's a significant advancement that the board of the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage agreed to support bottom-up, country-led, and community-driven approaches in the needs of the LDCs and SIDS in its pilot implementation phase for 2026. So this is a good step ahead in ensuring communities have access to climate finance and are included in the design and management and implementation of financial decision-making at the local and the national levels. So point 4, IOM and the human mobility community is here to support responses and guide investments. IOM's been addressing the links between migration and climate change since the 90s through research and capacity building, policy development, and operational response. We have a climate mobility investment framework we offer that has an integrated approach to addressing human mobility needs in the context of climate change. IOM has a climate mobility innovation lab, an incubator for innovation and partnerships with all stakeholders, public, private sector, affected communities, local authorities, and to echo OCHA, IFRC, and others, focusing on that local aspect. So just 3 recommendations to close with. A, we should collectively consider the scale-up of finance needed to address the increasing climate displacement internally within countries. B, we should consider the huge financial burden on countries to relocate communities from at-risk areas as a last resort when adaptation in situ is no longer viable or when the territory becomes uninhabitable. And of course, planned relocation processes have got to be consultative. They've got to be based on human rights, which makes them lengthy, but also very costly. We hope the fund will address the funding gap in planned relocation. And last point, C, we should consider a long-term approach to respond to loss and damage and support countries to invest in preparing for safe and dignified migration. Omar, you focused on the human aspects of the fund in your introduction, and of course, it's all about these human aspects. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michelle. If we can go to the Global Shield now, please. Mr. Nilesh Prakash.
Thank you very much, Chair. So very delighted to address this gathering on behalf of the Global Shield against climate risks. So this is a V20 and a G7-led global initiative which seeks to close the financial protection gap in climate vulnerable countries. So at its core, the initiative recognizes that the immediate and unavoidable reality of climate-induced loss and damage demands urgent and innovative solutions. So today, Global Shield is a crucial funding arrangement in the loss and damage financing architecture, which is along the V20's loss and damage funding program, and of course the FRLD. So by enabling rapid, pre-arranged finance through a range of financial instruments, Global Shield significantly enhances the financial capacity of beneficiary countries to respond to climate adversity in an expedient manner, often within 48 hours. So bottom-up, country-led, and inclusive are not just buzzwords for us. They embody our model of work in 12 countries and the Pacific region. In each of these countries, we work primarily with the political leadership of finance ministries who have the authority over budgets, fiscal policy, and the financial system, which makes them indispensable partners in driving and achieving meaningful climate action. So we stand ready to share our practical experience on the country-led model with the FRLD. Our country pipelines, or what we call the request for support, are a distilled set of projects and programs informed by rigorous stakeholder consultations and are ready to guide FRLD's investments, especially in SIDS and LDCs. And by the end of this year, we would have completed 15 such requests, which would be ready for financing. In fact, discussions are already underway among some of the Global Shield beneficiary countries to carve out projects from the request for support in response to the call for project proposals by the FRLD in the context of the Barbados implementation modalities. In short, our investment pipelines can significantly advance the efforts of the FRLD. So the Global Shield also promotes cutting-edge pre-arranged financing solutions. Our primary financing vehicle, which is the Global Shield Solutions Platform, operates through a competitive, demand-driven process, identifying and tailoring best fit financial protection solutions to reach to each countries, including insurance, contingent credit, and other risk financing instruments. The Global Shield Financing Facility, which is hosted at the World Bank, on the other hand, supports programs protecting over 50 million people. GSFF includes a dedicated adaptive social protection window linking prearranged finance directly to social protection systems, ensuring payouts reach those in need through existing government channels. Take Ghana, for example. In March, the government received a payout of $960,000 from its first ever ARC sovereign drought insurance policy, which enabled immediate food assistance for over 39,000 people. A second payout of $1.9 million is now being processed. So insurance is not a silver bullet, but as one layer in the broader response system, it can deliver timely relief. Distinguished participants, our offer is very, very clear. We have a model that works and can be replicated to deliver concrete results for people and their livelihoods. By aligning country engagement, co-financing, and delivery mechanisms, we can avoid duplication and deliver support faster and more meaningfully. We have a country-driven pipeline which is ready for use now, and we develop and nurture financial solutions with our financing vehicles and with the ecosystem of partners that we work with, which certainly can be scaled to meet the rising risks. We are not a parallel mechanism, but a powerful force and synergistic force multiplier. I want to close by saying that finance must serve people first, not institutions. When protection is delayed, it is not just finance that fails, it is human lives put at greater risk. Let us therefore act not just as funders, but as partners to protect the lives, livelihoods, and cultures which are already at risk from climate-induced loss and damage. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Nilesh, and I'm sure that there will be lots of collaboration between the fund and Global Shield. I think there already is. So I'd like to go back to the risk pools. Mr. Isaac Anthony, CEO of the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm pleased to make this brief intervention on behalf of CRIF SPC, formerly the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility, a reference earlier by the distinguished President of the Caribbean Development Bank, which now includes member governments in both the Caribbean and Central America. Let me start by saying that CRIF exists largely because of loss and damage caused by extreme hydrometeorological events, which are growing in frequency and intensity due to the impact of climate change. In fact, as far back as 2010, the UNFCCC cited CRIF as a strategy for loss and damage. Those climate-related events are constantly retarding the socio-economic development of countries in the Caribbean and Central America, disrupting and even destroying lives and livelihoods. CRIF was established in the year 2007 as the world's first multi-country risk pool based on parametric insurance, and is generally considered a huge success story of partnership involving member governments, the donor community, and the private sector through the international reinsurers. The facility has consistently achieved its key value proposition in settling claims within 14 days of a triggering event, which now totals almost $400 million. Today, we provide coverage of about $1.3 billion annually. Last year, we witnessed the perfect proof of concept when Grenada, following Hurricane Beryl, benefited from payouts on all the climate-related products from CRIF. Not only did the government receive the single largest payout in the history of CRIF, $42.4 million on its tropical cyclone policy, the payouts were also received for excess rainfall, fisheries policies, which claims were paid, with claims also paid to the electric utilities as well as water utilities in that country, all totaling $55 million within 14 days. It was encouraging to note that the IMF noted the role that CRIF parametric insurance would have placed in the quick and full recovery of Grenada following Hurricane Beryl. CRIF is therefore an important vehicle for quick disbursing pre-arranged financing. The sad reality is that the protection gap remains wide, with governments still significantly underinsured, even in the face of the growing threats of climate change. While countries in the Caribbean and Central America have done well to purchase insurance annually, significant expansion would necessitate the financial support by way of additional capital to support scaling up efforts and premium financing to facilitate increased coverage. CRIF has also gone beyond supporting only governments and is now providing protection to various sectors, including water utilities, electric utilities, but more specifically transmission and distribution, as well as the fishery sector. We are currently developing products for drought, agriculture, and renewable energy, and plans to develop products for tourism, housing, and public infrastructure. CRIF is also working to propagate microinsurance in a major way, while also developing instruments that will provide targeted support to the vulnerable through our shock-responsive social protection strategy. In addition to parametric insurance, we are keen to explore other trigger-based solutions, leveraging the use of CRIF's models, such as the regional dedicated reserve funds, which could easily be managed through CRIF providing supplementary funding to governments. Let me take this opportunity to say that CRIF took the bold step to develop its own risk models that are directly relevant to our member countries in the Caribbean and Central America. CRIF, along with other risk pools, have started an important collaboration supported by the Global Shield to leverage our collective strengths and to facilitate increased protection in our respective regions. There is no need to set up another facility. Let us work with what exists and that is operating successfully. Regional risk pools are developing insurers as we exist purely to benefit our members, providing disaster risk financing instruments designed to enhance financial resilience while enhancing the socio-economic development of our region. CRIF SPC, along with other risk pools, stand ready to partner with the FRLD to enhance the response to loss and damage while helping to close the protection gap in vulnerable countries. I thank you.
Thank you. We've got approximately 20 minutes and another 8 contributors, so if you can keep your remarks as concise as possible, please. I'd like to call upon Mr. Benedict Signier, who's at the Southeast Asia Disaster Risk Insurance Facility.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, moderator. From the Southeast Asia Disaster Risk Insurance Facility, or CDRIF, we are the newest of the 4 regional risk pools, so you already heard what we are and who we are from our colleagues. Like the other risk pools, CDRIF was established by vulnerable governments for vulnerable governments, so within our region, but our context is quite distinct in Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia is one of the world's fastest growing regions, yet still several of our members are amongst the most disaster exposed globally. Our members include from some of the most vulnerable landlocked countries all the way to big economies like the Philippines and Indonesia. Our mandate is to protect the most vulnerable across ASEAN. But as economies grow, so do exposures. More people, more infrastructure, more assets are at risk. And while, of course, we cannot leave the poorest behind, we also cannot ignore vulnerable populations within large economies, or the lifeline systems that serve the millions of people. That's why we believe that the FRLD must do both at the same time, provide direct grants for those with the least resources, while also using targeted investments to unlock much larger protection at scale. And let me just suggest 3 priorities on this. I think, same as colleague from Ocho mentioned, we have the benefit coming later, so a lot of this was heard already, but we can underline some important points. One is to reach scale, we must work through institutions that already exist. We cannot afford another decade building small and standalone pilots. Secondly, we want to transform what works. Limited targeted investments can help transform and scale up existing institutions. For example, as the risk pools, we are designing a joint facility to backstop our capital so we can expand the protection we are providing already. And third, we need to embed protection by default. Access to pre-arranged finance, including insurance, but also other instruments, must be easier. For example, why does not every multilateral or bilateral development bank project embed risk transfer by default? It was very encouraging to hear, for example, from colleagues from AFD, from France, but also across development banks, that there really is momentum to embed more within projects that are already happening, because this friction is slowing all of us down. This is not a technical problem. We have the expertise. It's where institution building takes time, political will, and trust. But we can build on what already works, and we can embed protection within the systems we already use. I'll stop at this. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call upon IFAD, please, who's just joined us again. Miss Brooke Jameson, please.
And our focus, of course, is very, very narrow on smallholder farmers and rural people around the world. And so one of the things we like to say at IFAD is that we work at the last mile of all the most developing countries and fragile countries in the world. But I like to think of it more as the first mile, because we're the first mile to 2/3 of the food that is produced in developing countries are produced by smallholder farmers. And so, you know, not only do we need to worry about them, but what they do actually supports the food systems and ensures that people aren't going hungry throughout their countries. So we are very, very focused on them. So for this segment, we have a few suggestions, and I'm sure our folks will talk more in depth about our suggestions. But very much we would love to see a scale up of the early warning systems that are tailored to smallholder farmers and the challenges that they are facing, because they are so key. And community level risk assessments, which can guide targeted and effective interventions. We do often start with these assessments before we give loans and grants to these communities to build these agribusinesses. And in the medium term, we could jointly examine more effective approaches to rehabilitate and climate-proof our rural infrastructure, from irrigation and roads to storage and markets. Obviously, that is very important, and the more we can do there will help everyone. And lastly, expanding access to climate risk insurance and emergency credit through rural financial institutions. IFAD is already operating in that space, but I think it can be scaled up significantly. So those are the proposals that we will be putting forth and having conversations. So I appreciate the opportunity to discuss them today.
Thank you. That's excellent. Thanks for the recommendations. So I'd like to call upon Mr. Rodrigo Salvado from the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. So we heard from his colleague earlier.
There you go. No, thank you so much, Ibrahim Hansen. Thank you so much. It's great to see this up and running. So a couple of things from the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. I don't know how many of that know us. We are the newest NDB in town. We're going to be 10 years old this year. And you're invited to our annual meetings, by the way, in Beijing in June. So a couple of things. As the colleague from IFAD said, we also have a very specific role. We actually do infrastructure financing, right? And I always was amazed about the lack of coordination between prevention and response, right, on these things. So I think, one of the things that could be done is, like, again, we have spent a lot on preventive infrastructure. One of the market failure I see is that for countries to actually spend in resilient infrastructure is more expensive than non-resilient infrastructure. So we have not been able to internalize actually the benefits, the economic benefits is actually, building a reliable and sustainable and again, resilient infrastructure. And I think that's one place where we need to actually be working more. This is a conversation about what actually is already in the market and your comment about NDBs. We already have a couple of these mechanisms. We have liquidity financing, which is readily available where countries going through this. We also have emergency response, which basically the countries that are affected by catastrophe can actually access more of the remaining balance in their credit lines, right, to do that. The problem is that, for example, Pakistan with the flood, you know what happened with Pakistan? None of the NDBs actually, we have capital lending limits. We couldn't actually lend more to Pakistan because they were all topped up. You know, and that happened with the Asian Development Bank, happened with the World Bank, that happened with the AIB at the same time. So this was a country which had already been like top up. We couldn't lend anymore. So the use of warranties and the risking mechanism is very important. So in that type of situation, what actually is very helpful is that you have a warranty that basically switches the risk, so we can actually increase our capacity to lending. So we need to be thinking, I agree that we need to have some sort of framework, right, to actually do these things and be ready to actually do that. But you have to actually do that from a global balance sheet perspective. So how are we going to be able to operate? And also the fact that we have warranties which are only negotiated on the spot for particular NDVs is very, very inefficient. There should be a pool of warranties that are actually available, but when we actually need that, we all pool our capital and do it. So again, these things I think are very important. The other thing that I would say is design of the project. I mean, that idea that, you know, because we are actually exposed, we are not going to be working on the design and the knowledge transfer between all institutions in this place. How we actually design these things before actually disaster happen. And last but not least, I mean, there's going to be a kind of pooling of resources. I see the Gates Foundation. I spent 10 years at the Gates Foundation, so, you know, I'm very happy to see that. But the thing is, how are we going to pool concessional resources? It's not only about the fund, it's actually how the fund with, you know, and we create the sort of end-to-end approach to this. Who is actually going to be funding technical assistance, project preparation, pre-feasibility, right, and response? So I think those type of framework, we are very happy to actually engage in those conversations. My sense is that also happened with the pandemic, right? I mean, if a disaster strikes, and I think, I don't know, Gates used to do these sort of simulations, right? Like, you know, what happened in a pandemic strikes? Around Bill in 2015 did this sort of thing about pandemic preparedness. Didn't go far because actually the pandemic came and no one was ready. But, you know, but what happens is another Pakistan flood actually comes tomorrow. I would love to have, like, you know, spend one morning to actually understand what each of us will do in that situation. Again, we all talk about this, but the question is real, right? So you can actually do that. Say, you know what, yesterday there was a declared emergency in country X. What actually EIB is going to be doing, what the fund is going to be doing, what we are going to be actually pulling. I mean, remember, the colleagues just said 15 minutes, right? With 15 minutes to do, like, where that money goes, right? And what we can do. My sense is, again, if we don't do this real, all discussions and everything, there's like 300 people in this room. I think the coordination will be a nightmare, right? But the point of like doing some simulation, I think, will be very helpful. And we're very happy to actually, you know, participate there.
Thank you, Rodrigo. So I'd like to go to one of the earlier players in this field, the Warsaw International Mechanism, Ms. Camila Minerva Rodriguez Tavares.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Really, really honored to be here as co-chair of the Executive Committee of the Warsaw International Mechanism, which is a body mandated under the UNFCCC to enhance knowledge, coordination, and action and support in response to climate-induced loss and damage. Also, one of the good things to sort of come in last is I can just be really grateful for COP29 Presidency, which gave us sort of a history of loss and damage under the convention. And I will just borrow the analogy from our colleague from the World Bank that said that if the FRLD is now a toddler, where the EXCOM as the first body under the UNFCCC on loss and damage is now steadily a pre-teen, which might help explain why we are going through this identity crisis of who are we in loss and damage, what exactly is loss and damage, where do we all work for loss and damage. And really happy to have such a wide variety of godparent organizations that are helping us sort of figure out who we are and how we more coordinatedly work to loss and damage. Trying to go quickly in what we do, we're kind of defined now in this new structure as the UNFCCC's policy arm on loss and damage. And in that sense, we are uniquely positioned to strengthen dialogue between the technical expertise, which the Santiago network, that's also a part of the WIM, catalyzes, and the action and support in terms of funding that is channeled through the fund for responding to loss and damage and the funding arrangements more generally. We work through 5 thematic expert groups on which many of the organizations that are here present are already members of these expert groups. So really happy to see them on a different capacity continuing their work on loss and damage, providing tool guidance and knowledge on slow onset events, climate-induced displacement, non-economic losses, comprehensive risk management, and action and support. And there we have very concrete knowledge products, from guidance on how to integrate climate-induced displacement into national planning processes, or case studies analysis of the various projects on loss and damage that the GCF has funded, and sort of what are lessons learned there in designing loss and damage projects. And so we can offer concrete starting points for programming and strategic investment under the funding arrangements. So while there are a lot of opportunities for collaboration, and trying to be brief, I'll highlight 3 lines or 3 ideas sort of based on the commitment document that was shared with us for this dialogue. And first I'll highlight coordination or joint program in alignment. The ExCom has established a standing agenda item on collaboration with the entities that form the funding arrangements, and under that item we generally engage with the GCF, with the GEF, with the SURF, or Pacific Resilience Facility. And we stand ready to share this practice along with all of the other members of the funding arrangements. And this is an opportunity for us to share some knowledge and have a better idea of the work that we do, maybe in more than just the 3 minutes that we had here today. Secondly, on innovation and learning, or knowledge mobilization, the ExCom's expert group have demonstrated capacity to generate tailored analyses and relevant policy options on averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage. And the fund and the funding arrangement more broadly can, of course, leverage this knowledge to translate funding into tangible benefits in developing countries that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. And finally, I'll highlight the importance of demonstrable and measurable impact, which is one of the lines of our commitment today, even though we're not signing anything. But we are supporting countries that are choosing to report on loss and damage in their biennial reports. The ExCom is now developing guidelines for countries to report loss and damage in the BTRs. And we truly believe that this will support clear information by identifying standards for tracking support, and especially funding gaps in the most vulnerable nations, which would be key information for the fund and for all of the funding arrangements that are present here. There are, of course, many key challenges that are still around. I won't quote them all because they've all been, or mostly been, pretty well identified in these talks. But in closing, I will echo some of Selwyn's words that he gave in the opening, that this is not a moment for business as usual. It is a moment for maximum innovation and collaboration. And the ExCom stands ready to play its part in this collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Camilla. If I can call upon Ms. Ana Maria Lobeguerrero from the Gates Foundation.
Thank you very much. A pleasure to be here. So, very fast, 4 points that I would like to make. The first one is in relation to, as we have all discussed, collaboration, the importance of collaboration, but in here, we would like to emphasize the importance of thinking about broader human development. So we all know that many of the countries that the fund may support are facing these big barriers in relation to accelerating human development. We know the importance of thinking about poverty and how it always exacerbates vulnerabilities. So we believe that close collaboration between the fund and other entities working on broader human development is very important, and it is an opportunity to take into account. We believe that we have a huge opportunity in front of us to accelerate resilient development that can help these communities to do more than simply returning to the same places they were before the climate-driven event took place. So this is a call for collaboration with human development organizations, and to keep this in mind. The second point is in relation to the opportunity, again, that we have for investing in digital public infrastructure. So we know that in many places there are systems that are weak, that are less developed, and it is hard, it is costly to work on these places. So we have seen, and we have a lot of experience on working towards climate and development that can come together around supporting digital public infrastructure. And we know that this digital public infrastructure put in place can really accelerate development in these places. We also believe that expanding essential financial services to underserved populations in developing and emerging markets could be a common goal and an opportunity for the fund. The third point that I want to emphasize is the importance for thinking about rural farming communities. So we see significant needs among rural farming communities who sometimes may be overlooked because their losses may appear to be smaller compared to urban settings. The agricultural sector and the many communities that depend on this are facing huge risks because of climate change. We have seen that global land area has been affected by extreme droughts increasingly. If we compare back in 1950s, that was 80% of this global land area affected. We are already experiencing 47% of global land area being affected by droughts. And obviously this reduces productivity, especially thinking about small-scale producers, and also has huge impacts on livelihoods. We believe that the fund has a huge opportunity to help small-scale producers into better pathways out of poverty than they were before. The third opportunity that the Gates Foundation sees as strategic is thinking about disease outbreaks, and especially thinking about cholera and malaria. We have seen many times the consequences of floodings and cyclones on disease outbreaks. Cholera, it's already emerging in new regions, and this trend, it's going to increase, it's going to get worse with the effects of extreme weather events. We have seen that trends in sub-Saharan Africa show 4.3 times increase in incident rates of cholera outbreaks during drought periods, and all the way to 144 times increase during flood periods relative to non-drought or floods periods. So huge opportunity to think about this. Malaria also is being impacted with disrupted service delivery, reduced interventions coverage, and destroyed housing due to floods and cyclones. And we have seen these examples happening in Malawi, happening in Mozambique, and this has led to significant spike in cases. So very, very important opportunity to keep in mind in relation to these two diseases. To wrap up, from the Gates Foundation side, we really believe that considering and tapping on opportunities on resilient healthcare provision and adapted agriculture, especially thinking about small-scale producers, can be fundamental to build long-term resilience. And we believe that these are two dimensions that the fund, or where the fund, can play a major role with high returns for lives and livelihoods. Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation.
Thank you, Ana Maria. If I can go to Ms. Ida McDonnell, who's at the OECD.
Thank you very much. Distinguished colleagues, good morning. I don't want to stand in front of the takeaways and refreshments, so I'll be as concise as I can. But on behalf of the OECD, let me first thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this important dialogue on strengthening our collective response and to collaborate better on climate-induced loss and damage. The sobering figures on climate change effects underscore that we are in a race against time. I'm here today to show the OECD's readiness to contribute to collaboration and collective efforts to ensure the historic fund for responding to loss and damage is a success. We would like to offer to the fund three of our core strengths: robust data, cross-cutting policy expertise, and inclusive platforms for policy dialogue and coordination, all with the intention to bridge local realities with global objectives. On data, robust data are key to effective climate action. We need to expand international support for climate data, including forecasting capabilities and international mechanisms to monitor tipping elements in the climate system and to support early warning systems that many of you have referred to too, especially in developing countries. In line with this, the OECD is developing adaptation indicators to inform UNFCCC discussions on the global goal on adaptation. These indicators will help countries assess progress in building resilience and better target their investments. On cross-cutting policy knowledge, at the OECD we are convinced that addressing loss and damage will require collaboration across all sectors, getting out of the silos. We can help foster inclusive partnerships that connect policy, practice and local knowledge so that responses to climate impacts are coordinated, equitable and locally informed. Concretely, our initiative is called a Territorial Approach to Climate Action and Resilience, TACAR, can offer such experience. The programme emphasises the interplay between different levels of governance, local, regional and national, and aims to align local climate action with national strategies and global frameworks. This is crucial for delivering the locally led solutions, particularly in communities in the front lines of climate impacts. Recognising that robust mitigation action is also integral to minimise loss and damage, our flagship climate initiatives, the Inclusive Forum on Carbon Mitigation Approaches, works to optimise the global impact of emissions reduction efforts around the world. A key message from us is that immediate relief must pave the way for long-term sustainable development. In practice, this means when disasters strike, recovery efforts should strive to build back better and buffer communities from future shocks. The OECD can and help embed loss and damage finance within long-term strategies for resilient development. We are ready to share our policy analysis, the tools, data and knowledge for that. On finance, current levels of investment do need to significantly be and swiftly scaled up. To support efforts to swiftly scale up investments in climate adaptation, the OECD has developed a climate adaptation investment framework. This guidance helps governments implement credible and consistent policies to scale up investment in adaptation and covers critical policy areas, strategic planning, and mainstream adaptation into public finance and enabling private investment. So to conclude, the OECD looks forward to collaborating with the fund and all partners here today, putting our resources to work to ensure that vulnerable communities really do get inclusive, coherent, and impactful support over the long term. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Christina Bennett, CEO, Start Network.
Thanks very much. I represent Start Network, which is a growing movement of local, national, and international civil society organizations working to avert, mitigate, and respond to the effects of disasters across 6 continents. And thanks very much for including me in this discussion and for including other representatives of civil society. It's fantastic that you've convened this meeting. Congratulations on it. But there should always be more civil society representatives in some of these discussions. The ASG at the very beginning of this meeting talked about going beyond the business as usual, and you mentioned it too. But I fear that what's happening, coming out of the recent discussions, coming out of the recent board meeting, that we're headed for that path anyway. The lack, for example, of reference to community access to the funds as part of that meeting is disappointing and it's counterproductive. And I know you've said it's embedded across everything you do. I know you're shaking your head. But the problem is we know that when things are mainstreamed, they fall through the cracks. So all I'm saying is make good on your mandate for this fund and include communities meaningfully in your structures and in your accreditation processes. So I come to this discussion with lots of experience from what Start Network has done. I also come to this discussion in the spirit of collaboration. So please bear with me for what I'm going to say, because this is in making sure that loss and damage is about people and not about institutions. First, and I'm going to discuss this in terms of the recommendations that you have made to all of us in terms of what you want to see coming out of this meeting. First, financing for impact. So the fund has emphasized, as many of you have already pointed out, the need for speed, timeliness, predictability, and speed of disbursement. And that speed and that scale comes from access by local organizations and community organizations. So those community access initiatives should please be prioritized as part of the first phase of this fund. It's important too that this fund fill the gap of existing climate funds whereby there are such high barriers to entry for local organizations from these funds. Can you help to reduce the bureaucratic requirements, the compliance requirements that access to these funds require as part of your efforts? And START Network, we've done a lot of that. I know OCHA has done a lot of that. You mentioned that, Lisa, that we've got a tiered due diligence system. We have anti-bureaucratic mechanisms for bringing local civil society into these funding arrangements, and we can help lend our expertise to all of that. Around joint programming and alignment, many of us have talked about the different instruments available for loss and damage as prevention mechanisms, and that's a fantastic angle on this. Another angle on it is that climate-related hazards are complex, and we need a layered approach to funding to be able to deal with that complexity. That includes anticipatory action, that includes rapid response pooled funding, that includes insurance, that includes disaster risk financing. You have expertise to the hilt around this table. Please build on it from mechanisms like the SURF, like the IFRC's draft, like the START Network pooled funds and the country-based pooled funds. This layered approach is particularly important in fragile states where those risks are cascading, where the gaps in governance and capacity are high, and where social protection programs are non-existent. On institutional collaboration, I'd love to see more on community collaboration, and the fund should create formal channels for that collaboration to take place. This will only enhance one of your other priorities, which is to demonstrate measurable impact, because it is through community accountability, transparency and inclusion, community crisis intelligence, the expertise that exists at community level, that will ensure that you have that demonstrable impact. So could you consider establishing meaningful civil society representation in these governance structures and creating targets for community consultations as part of your country-led approaches? And finally, on innovation and learning, I'm glad to see that that is a priority of this fund. We all need to be in this agile space of consistently trying new things, taking risks, learning, and learning from those mistakes to not repeat them again. START Network, we have considerable experience building and operating locally led funding and financing mechanisms at scale. We've worked in Pakistan, we've worked in Bangladesh, we've worked in Zimbabwe, we've worked in Somalia. We have evidence and examples of what works. So if you are truly committed to innovation, truly committed to learning, we are ready to stand with you and share that learning and expertise, as many of us around the table are, to make sure that we can learn together. Thanks.
Thank you, Christina. Mr. Brandon Chief Fong Wu from ActionAid.
Thank you, Omar, Ibrahima, co-chairs. I'm speaking as a representative of the UNFCCC ENGO constituency. And many of us in that constituency have been advocating for the FRLD for over a decade in support of developing countries. And we've always maintained that the fund should be a central coordination entity within the loss and damage funding arrangements rather than merely a gap filler. We believe the FRLD must become the primary multilateral actor for responding to loss and damage with a comprehensive scope, which requires a fund at the scale of tens of billions of dollars, and I'm glad that others in the room have acknowledged that today. With new and additional funding provided in the form of grants, non-debt creating instruments as a matter of climate justice. Now, we understand how this sounds in the political context of many developed countries at the moment, but we're considering the problem from the lived context of vulnerable communities and their needs. This is why a successful and ambitious resource mobilization effort for the FRLD needs to be the absolute highest priority between this first high-level dialogue and next year's iteration. Now, the central role that we envision for the FRLD is premised on it being a new entity that can set new best practices, having learned lessons from the experiences and shortcomings of other funding entities. It must also break new ground in setting standards on what should be considered as loss and damage finance. During the design process over the last 1 to 2 years, ENGOs and the Women and Gender constituency have articulated 6 key criteria to assess what should count as finance for loss and damage that I'd like to recall here. First, recognize and aim to comprehensively address loss and damage. Second, be obligatory and compensatory with funding provided as grants and non-debt creating instruments. Third, be new, additional, predictable, and adequate. Fourth, be equitably governed and provided, including by prioritizing direct access for all developing countries and affected communities. Fifth, ensure the meaningful and effective participation of affected local communities. Again, very happy to hear the emphasis on that in different interventions today. And sixth, acknowledge, respect, and promote intersectional human rights. So we urge that any discussion of strategic partnerships be done with these guardrails and criteria in mind. That should be the starting point for this dialogue and future high-level dialogues, and it's the continued expectation of civil society, indigenous peoples, and local communities. I want to also mention that in that context, we're particularly sorry that our friends from the indigenous peoples constituency could not be here today due to late notice, visa uncertainty, and missing travel support, despite the fact that their participation is actually mandated in the COP29 decision establishing the high-level dialogue. So we'd urge improvements in the format, participation, and transparency for future iterations of the high-level dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Leanne Shalatek from the Heinrich Böll Foundation.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and I'm representing the Women and Gender constituency. And I have to admit, when I saw the program for the second roundtable, I was really excited because it seemed that civil society would be allowed to speak before everybody else. This is not the case, unfortunately, but I'm also very grateful to see that a lot of the entities that have been able to speak before us are still here to hear us speak, and so we appreciate that. And as Brendan has mentioned again, we are very mindful, Brendan and I, coming from the United States, that we are very imperfect representation of the often ignored voices and needs of affected communities and people in developing countries that are already suffering the devastating impact. So the theme here is strategic partnership for loss and damage with the FRLD as a central coordinating actor in a landscape that is evolving. But that must mean that we need to do things differently and better, not business as usual. Selvin has mentioned that. By just adding a bit of FRLD concessionality to activities or actors for them to continue what they are doing anyhow, but basically to think jointly how one can do things better and more targeted. That requires first and foremost a more intentional and central focus than in previous climate finance collaboration and partnerships on safeguarding that funding for responding to loss and damage really reaches those in needs. And we heard a lot of that mentioned, but the reality of climate funds is that we don't even have an accountability or tracking of how much climate finance really reaches the local communities. And so in looking at new partnerships, we need to do better, in particularly to ensure that indigenous people, women and gender diverse groups, children and youth, people living with disabilities, climate refugees and migrants, and we heard the call from IOM, and local communities on the front line of climate change are not just beneficiaries, but active participants. This must be secured through mandates, funding criteria, minimum allocation commitments, transparency, and again, accountability requirements of such funding partnerships. And these should be already integrated into the fund's startup phase and the Barbados implementation modalities that were approved at the last board meeting. So a call for concrete proposals will soon go out to countries. We all heard already the co-chair's invitation to look forward to help all of those entities here around the table and to work with countries, and we would really like to throw out a challenge and an opportunity to all the actors here, namely that by committing to partnering and working with the FRLD, you will also commit to prioritize community needs, protect and promote human rights, including free, prior and informed consent of indigenous people and gender equality, that you will give affected local communities and groups agency and decision-making power in your own funded, but also in those co-financed actions and their implementation, and that you facilitate better and more direct access to funding for locally led and locally owned interventions, including through small grant approaches. And so I would reiterate some of the other speakers that have spoken to that importance. To be innovative and impactful, as we heard that we must be, There has to be a willingness to change and to learn by all actors already populating the funding landscape, change in the way that we understand country ownership when we talk about bottom-up and country-owned programming, by redefining it as whole-of-country participatory and inclusive ownership, not just central government authority ownership. Learning from each other what has worked and what has failed in the past, but especially from the experience and the traditional and indigenous knowledge of affected people on communities, again, as valued partners and equal partners, not just as beneficiaries. And we just want to reiterate, as part of the civil society that actively engages in the fund and tries to shape policies, including not just for the implementation of the BAM, but also for the long-term operational model, that civil society organizations, indigenous peoples, and local communities stand ready to engage with you in such better and different strategic partnerships for responding to loss and damage. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Claudia Huerta from C40 Cities.
Hi, everyone. I realize that I'm the one between the snacks and getting out of this room. So I'm going to make it as interesting as I can. I'm representing C40 Cities. We're a network of nearly 100 cities that are dedicated to taking a science-based, inclusive approach to combating the climate crisis and building inclusive and resilient cities. And I'm here with my CSO colleagues as a representative of the local governments group at the UNFCCC. We are also a member of the Santiago Network as of last week. But really, thank you. What I want to really emphasize here is that all the work that you guys are doing is also in cities, but we're not here and we're not represented at the table, and it's great and it's an honor to be here, but I'm not a fair representative of what mayors can do and what they already are doing. And so I'm not going to agitate Richard further and talk about direct access modalities, right? But I will say that it's important that we talk about what that actually looks like and what does it look like for a mayor that's in a political opposition party but has a cyclone hit their city. How do they get this money if the national government isn't on their side? And it's not a hypothetical, it's a really real thing that we see, and we work with 97 mega cities, not little cities. So if we're seeing it, it's real and it's happening everywhere. Now I'm going to get off my high horse and I'll tell you guys a bit more about what cities do and how the funding would make a difference. And I would like to thank my colleague from the Red Cross for your great local speech, because you really made my life a lot easier. So the first that I want to say is that we need to integrate urban loss and damage into the solutions that are being implemented right now. And so what does that look like? In Bangladesh, Dhaka North worked with the Red Cross to develop trigger-based financing that helped local vendors in heat waves to have access to prearranged finance that didn't make them have to go out and work in the streets in incredibly intense heat waves. That's something that we can repeat. It's not hard. We have the examples. We just need the money now, right? The second is on local data, and thanks to the IOM for mentioning climate migration. It's a really big area of focus for our cities. We at C40 used financing to do a report on climate migration. We found that 8 million migrants will move to 10 cities across the global south solely as a result of climate. The really sad part is we're only the third organization that's ever done research on that. That shouldn't be the case. And if there's not lots of new funding on the table to address loss and damage, we should be the third of many. And then maybe I'll close on making sure that this direct access goes to cities, is that we can invest directly in cities, right? Ghana has done a really innovative pilot, Accra in Ghana, has done a really innovative pilot to ensure that informal waste workers have social access, social protection mechanisms, and so they're protected from different types of loss and damage. These are the types of things that we can replicate, but only if we're working with cities and if that's mainstreamed across everything. So really echoing what everyone else is saying, make sure that you work with cities. Hopefully I can yell at you guys a bit more at the next meetings. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'll pass it on to Ibrahima. Apologies for my pronunciation, which wasn't as good as yours, Ibrahima. And I'd like to add one more point. Sorry for my timekeeping, but I was actually given instructions to make sure that we heard from everyone around this table. So it was very clear that I shouldn't really cut anyone off, because we wanted to hear your opinions. And if we're all around this table, it's to hear your voices. I mean, I think the message that I take home is we need a 2-day gathering in a much bigger setting, by the sounds of it, to bring everyone on board. But yes, so my quick summary, Ibrahim, if I may, make this about people, not institutions, localization, the bottom-up approach, prevention costs less than post-event interventions, so data technology, etc., can assist, and we need to make sure that we can scale finance. That means leverage. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Omar, and thank you to all of you for your great contribution. Obviously, I'm not going to attempt to summarize what you've said for the past 4 hours, but the good news, we're going to produce actually a report of this conversation with all the details to make sure we actually capture all the great ideas you put on the table so that nothing is actually lost in the translation. I think, second, this conversation is timely for us for two reasons. We're in the process of, as a startup, developing an engagement plan as a secretariat. You bet over the next couple of months we'll be engaging with all of you and all the great ideas that you suggested to make sure we can move from suggestion to actually action. It is also timely, as our co-chairs have mentioned, we're launching our startup phase, we're designing it, obviously guided by partnership, and we heard about partnership quite a lot, so you bet we'll get back to you as well. We started this conversation as a toddler, and then we moved to teenager. It looks like we're an adult now in about the next 4 hours. But you bet we're going to be actually, turning back to you and really, really learning from your experiences. And I'm grateful that despite the busy meeting, you all stay for 4 hours, and something we highly appreciate at the Secretariat. So I wanted to express the gratitude of the Secretariat for doing this, and I'm sure the co-chairs will express their own gratitude and appreciation for you being here. Now, a lot of people have put resources and time for this to happen, and I want to recognize my colleagues. I know Maggie is in the back, and Elisa, but also my colleagues in the back as well, and then the support we get from IC Publication for making this a reality. We're extremely grateful for Philippine to be here as a host of our board, and the president, for what you don't know, we got that video at 6 o'clock in the morning because the president has to travel, and that shows the level of commitment we got from Philippine, and that's something we love to see. So I'm just also wanted to express our gratitude to the UN, the Office of the UN Secretary General. We've been doing this in collaboration with them, from the design of the agenda to the way the day was actually unfold, and it's certainly something that will continue going forward. Last, what I have to say, this being a first edition, there's so much to be improved, but I think as a first edition, we can certainly give ourselves a clap of actually successful. I can assure you, any suggestion you may provide for us to improve this going forward, we hope the second edition will be much better, and I will definitely learn how to pronounce the names of people in the room going forward. So let me hand over to our co-chairs just for the final word.
So thanks Ibrahima for that. Very briefly, first, big thanks to all of you. We have taken a lot of your precious time this morning. I want to assure you that it won't be lost, that all what has been said this morning will be reported, obviously, to the board and to all the board members who, have been very excited to the outcome of this discussion. So that will be reported to them with the support of Ibrahima and the Secretariat, but it could be used a little bit more broadly, and I will let Ibrahima do that thing actually to communicate better with vis-à-vis the rest of the world about what happened this morning here in this room. Second point, I think, there is no question that we need to act. So how are we going to act as a follow-up of this meeting? I hope you understand that we are putting this Barbados implementation modalities as an opportunity for you. I said it already, but I want to repeat it. It's really a unique opportunity for all of you to engage with the FRLD and to design, to some extent, the long-term operational modalities of this fund. So just seize this opportunity, and probably you will have to be a little bit flexible, and we are ready, as I said, to be flexible as well on our side. Third and last point, we have to prepare for the next one. We have this annual rendezvous with all of you. We have to move from this first initial phase of gathering ideas, gathering commitments, to another stage where we should probably work out some some more concrete solution during these meetings, actually. So this is what we are going to think with probably your help, and certainly this is what the Secretariat will do. And I am completely confident that Ibrahima and his staff will take on this challenging task, but this is what the COP asked us to do, so we have to improve during this second meeting. But I think it's a good start. I am happy with this initial conversation, and again, thank you very much for your contribution this morning. So much is appreciated.
Thank you, Jean-Christophe. Again, let me add my comments to Jean-Christophe's, and thanking you all for your participation and your inputs to this meeting. We've heard you. We now need to respond in terms of what the next steps that we put on the table for our board to decide in Cebu in July, and then in Manila in October. Hopefully the package of those two meetings, those 6 days of formal work and 8 days in total with the informal discussions, leads us to a very clear articulation in the call for proposals that would come out, we hope, before Belém, requesting parties to submit proposals, right? And I'm afraid to say that at this current stage, that is the working model that we're going to start this fund with. That doesn't mean that you end up in that situation, but that's the reality. So you can ask us to do so many things, and the reality is we're going to have to ask you to do those things. It's you that are going to need to build the relationships with the states. It's local governments going to have to figure out with their treasuries, whether they're opposition or non-opposition, on how to channel money via the system, right? There's no way around that. We can look to put criteria in the call for proposals, but you know what will happen is my board members are going to shout at me for this is more conditionality, right? This is the problem we face. So we need not only the partnership to be at the fund operative level, but also we need you to be in partnership with governments on the ground, right? And whatever it is, we've learned the lessons of things that have failed in the past, right? We do not intend to replicate things that were important at one point in time but have proved to fail, right? So many of the things that the GCF is struggling with are legacy issues of why we needed the fund in the first place. The reality that they don't really work best for countries is another political problem, right? So we had a problem that we didn't like the GEF, so we had to enforce country ownership through a non-objection procedure. In the process, what we've done is we actually stifled real country ownership. And so hopefully we're learning these lessons, and others will learn from their own mistakes and our way of doing things. But we can't, if there are no projects for mobility, we're going to blame you, the IOM, right? We're going to blame you for not working enough with member states to submit proposals to deal with mobility, because in our minds it's there, it's a priority, it should be covered, right? But we're not a fund with country offices, right? So technically the access, the organizations that use access, that's what we do. We hire you, in a sense, to do that work for us, because we can't do it. So if there's no mobility or no civil society or no indigenous peoples, then we blame you. Don't blame us, right? We can do as much as we can at our level to make sure that that's a priority, and we're emphasizing that for the sovereigns. But it's really going to be up to you to do that work on the ground, right? And it's up to you to be honest with us, to say, no, your system is not enabling that to happen. And it's up to us then to reform ourselves and our structure, right? The reality is right now we just don't have the money, which is not a problem for now. It's a problem for tomorrow, right? And so with the officers, with the assistance of the Office of the Undersecretary General, we'll make sure that we use the opportunities of the high-level events that are coming up to raise further money, right? But simply having money doesn't mean that we can spend it that easily. So what we're trying to do now is put the systems in place, make sure that we're working with yourselves and others, right? And that we're able to support developing countries, right? And that when we say developing countries, we mean civil society as well. We're tax-paying citizens, you know, we're not just government bureaucrats or what have you. We are those people in those countries, right? I live in a city as well, which is run by the opposition. It has been for, I don't know, 10 years. So we deal with these problems. So let me end on that, and thank you very much, and thank you to Ibrahima and the team, and again, thank you to the World Bank colleagues for making this happen. And so we're available. If you need to get hold of us, the Secretariat can direct, if you make requests to the co-chairs to take something to the board, we're happy to consider that and take it to the board. So just send those requests to Ibrahima at the Secretariat email, and they'll forward it on to us, and we'll continue to make sure that these issues are being raised with our board, and that we're not leaving any issues out. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Just for the record, we did very well on time. We're supposed to finish at 12. It's exactly 12.
Thank God this is over. Like, just tick.